Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Good to see you adrift on a sea, 6-7. Hope you're both doing well. So, World Builder? I, once again, have no idea what I'm going to do today. Valis, hello. Great to see you. And a garf to you as well. So, hello on Secret Crush from the other room. I might have figured out a title. I'm a little bit... It's hard to commit to something, a title for a game you've been working on for 23 weeks now. I guess it's not necessarily 23 streams, but a long time regardless. Mousimus, hello, great to see you. Silverstreak, hello. But I feel pretty good about it. Like, I feel good enough about it to, consider it the name for now, unless, something else comes up that seems more appropriate. But I'm gonna leave y'all in suspense for just a little bit before we talk about that. The first thing I wanted to do is. So last week, that was last week, right? I did my stream where I shared my childhood games. It seems like a long time ago, but I think that was a week. And I was incredibly puzzled by the algorithm in the game Pump It Up that I had used to determine the correct amount of air to put in your shoes to successfully bungee jump off the bridge. So I downloaded a program, I think it's called DProtect, and it's actually a HyperCard stack itself that can deprotect other HyperCard stacks. So I used that on my own game so that I could peek at the code I had written so many years ago. And it was a little tricky, but I finally got it to work. So I just wanted to share that discovery with y'all. So, interestingly, deprotecting the HyperCard stack was just the first of various obstacles. After I had done that, I still couldn't access anything because I had hidden the menu bar and then also deleted some of the menus, which, interestingly, like, those are things you can do. And like, there's not like a separate HyperCard editor. Like, you open a stack and then you can play it right there, or you can, use the menu to edit it. So if you've done these things, it's extremely unclear, at least to me this many years later, how to, do any like looking at code or how to get the menu back and stuff like that. And I just eventually kind of stumbled across it, that I was able to open up the help using a keyboard shortcut, because that was a menu I had not deleted, and that brought the menu bar up. So I was like, oh, maybe if I click on my stack in the background, the menu bar will stay there. And that did it. That worked. From there, I was still missing the menus I had deleted, but I was able to get into the code from there and remove the code that deleted those menus, and then relaunch it and get the full menu bar back. Decryption didn't work. We're just going to have to get time travel up and running. Fortunately, not the case. Okay, so here's Pump It Up. We're on a little bit of a different Mac here. Honestly, that was mostly for... I was experimenting with some things. And I decided to try a newer version of Mac OS and a newer version of HyperCard. So now we're in a window here, but we still don't have the menu bar. And interestingly, I tried to do the help thing, and I don't know, maybe I just need to find the help stack. Yeah, maybe that's what I did. Okay. Wait. No. This is different. Anyways, I figured out another way to get the menu bar back, which is, I think, Command. I think I gotta wait till this is done. Okay. So now Command M brings up this little window, and I guess this is like the message window or something. But I just tried show menu bar, the scripting language that I can't remember the name of. Shoot, is it called HyperTalk? Maybe? Is fairly like, you know, tries to be a little bit like plain language. It's simple and straightforward. So I was like, show menu bar, is that right? And it just happened to work. Or maybe I remembered it, who knows. So let's see, what is that? It's message, yeah. So you can open up that message window and just type in a command there. And then from here, we can poke at all the stuff. So this is interestingly more like World Builder than I remembered. Like, we don't have the, you know, interface with the windows showing all of our screens and items and stuff like that. But like, you know, we still have separate cards, which are kind of equivalent to scenes in World Builder. And each card has objects and stuff like that. And there's a stack info, and like there's a global script attached to the stack as a whole. This is where I had to delete the code to hide the menu bar and all of that. And then there's a card info, and we can get to the script for the card from here. This, I think, just kind of sets things up when the game first launches. And then if we go into button mode here, I don't know what the proper name for it is, but we can select buttons instead of interacting with them. And then we can go into button info. So this is the info for the jump button, and then that has a script attached to it. So this is all the code that actually runs to determine whether or not you have made a successful bungee jump. So starting off here, we set some variables. We take the values from the wind and air field on the screen and put them into variables that the script can reference. And then we do some real goofy stuff. First, I check if the wind value is in this string, which is 4 space 8 space 12 space 16 space 20. Like, I should have been checking if it's in an array of these numbers. I don't know if that's not a thing you can do, or I just, you know, was such a new to programming person that I didn't know that was an option. But then since, you know, 2 would be within this string, but that's not one of the numbers we want to match, I then do this is not in 261 check, just to make sure it's actually one of these numbers and not a single digit from those numbers. All very, very goofy. So if it is one of those numbers, then we multiply wind by 0.75, which is a calculation we had figured out while playing the game at one point. And that seemed to be true for at least one of the numbers. So it turns out it's true for 5 of the possible numbers. Then it gets even weirder. We check if the wind is 2, 6, 10, 14, or 18. And again, we have this extra is not check to make sure it's not matching up a single digit. And then I've got this really goofy calculation. So I multiply wind by by 1.5 plus 1, and then divide by 2. God, I'm terrible at order of operations. I think is the multiplication happening first? Someone please let me know. I've never been good at remembering that. Generally, when I'm programming, I just put parentheses around everything to make sure it's always gonna happen the way I expect. So 1.5 plus 1, 16. Yeah, so the multiplication is happening first, and then it's adding 1, and then it's dividing by 2. PEMDAS. What's P? What's E? Shit. Multiply, divide, add, subtract. I do not know what PE are. Like, I had my math rant last week. I'm mad about math, still mad about math. Parentheses, exponents, thank you. That makes sense. So yeah, like basically, somebody correct me if this seems wrong, but I think I'm basically doing wind times 0.75 plus a half, right? Like, I'm pretty sure this equation could be simplified to that. So it's giving like a half point value, which then I think is probably being rounded, but I do not know for sure. But regardless, that's the weird little calculation that happens for the numbers 2, 6, 10, 14, 8. And then for any other number, any other wind value, apparently you just want the air to be exactly the same as the wind. Also, I love that I used French variable names in a bunch of places. Don't know why, just was really into French, I guess. And I think all of this is just doing various animation. We have playing a sound here. And then down here, we check if you did the correct calculation. We play a certain animation and say it's perfect. If the air is too high, we play a different animation and say it's too much. If it's too low, not enough air. And then we dissolve and set a new random wind value. The end. Mystery solved. We have now fully hacked Pump It Up and can get a perfect jump every time. Oh, Silver said, I've heard this music before and I don't recognize this, but my brain feels like it should. This will haunt me. Good news. Was it the currently playing song or the previous one? I think we just changed, right? This is currently Nightmare title theme. Before this was Fox Ranger 3 Last Revelation, level 1. I'm not familiar with either of these. Okay, current is Nightmare. That's with a K, to be clear. Where's that textbook? We'll never know. Probably. Okay. What's next? We're done with that. Get out of here. So the next thing I wanted to do, and then I'll finally talk about the name. I was watching Louis Zhang. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name properly. It's Zong. He was recently playing a bunch of World Builder games, which was delightful. And they were all goofy little ones that I had come across, but haven't ever played myself. And like most people, he was not familiar with World Builder games in general, or at least not super familiar with them. So it was interesting to watch him figure out how to interact with them. I've talked a bunch about how it can often be confusing even if you are familiar with World Builder games, like whether or not you want to click or type a command at any given time. Oh, and Secret Crush says, I kind of think it's just like how it's spelled, like song, but with a Z. Okay, Louis Zong. Okay. Thank you. But if you're not familiar with World Builder, it's like even more confusing. And then also a lot of standard, I've talked before about how I generally type take object name in a text adventure game. Whereas I feel like get object name is more common. Well, it turns out you can actually also do pick up in World Builder, which I had no idea about. And I'm a little terrified to find out what happens. At one point, I realized that World Builder was doing a very weird thing, kind of invisibly. It's not documented at all. It's not made apparent in any way other than carefully studying behavior of the program and how it behaves with certain scripts. But shoot, I can't remember which verb is like the canonical one, but with either take or get, I can't remember which one, it will look at the input the player has typed and automatically replace the word take, I think that's the one it's replacing, with the word get. And then the result of that is what it sends off to your scripts that you've written. So if you write, for example, a script that looks for the phrase take potato, it will never run because your script gets the text get potato, even if the player typed take. So now that I've learned you can also use pick up, which is 2 words, I am just really curious how the game handles that. Like, is it going to also replace those 2 words with the single word get? Is something weird going to happen? I don't know. Let's find out. This is a concern because I have a lot of places where I've had custom, like, picking up of objects code. So if we don't get that automatic, like, replacement, then I'm going to have to go through and update all of those to handle pickup. I mean, it's not necessary, but I would prefer to behave consistently. So let's start. Let's see. I think the easiest place we can test this is if we get the book and open that up and then get the potato out of the book. So let's cheat and get all our items. So, you know, we can type pick up sweetie now. Or get book. And then open book. And open book again. Okay. So the code I have for this, which is like the potato you see here is not an item you can pick up. It's handled as an immobile object, just for technical reasons. So I had to write my own code to handle picking it up. So I know it works with take or get, but I have no idea what will happen when I type pick up potato. I hope it just works. Okay, good. So clearly it's doing the same thing there. It's taking the phrase pick up and replacing that with get, and then that's what our script sees. I figured odds were good that it would be fine, but since none of that stuff was documented, I really had no idea. Oh, yes, Silver. That was Nightmare spelled Knightmare, like you said. I see Crush says, I'm almost sure I've heard Griffin McElroy say the name out loud like that. Okay, thank you. Slat Studio, hello. I hear you might have a name for Untitled Game. How exciting. Yes, it is true. I think I'll finally talk about that now. I think it's time. I've done as much delaying as I have prepared. So, for a while now, I've had this thought that I would like to have a name that is both like some sort of transit-related term and also something that at least kind of hints at the purgatory situation or feels kind of thematically appropriate to, you know, what is happening narratively. And mostly I've only been able to think of like obvious, well, to me, obvious ones that seem uninteresting, like End of Line or The Last Stop. Like, I feel like those just feel like they're probably names of existing games. and just not interesting enough, and also just not really appropriate, because this isn't the end of the line. This isn't the last stop. We're in purgatory. So I've done some occasional Googling, and finally the other day I came across this list here of a bunch of terms, which is pretty interesting. Most of these are not helpful, but some of them are kind of interesting. Bell schedule is kind of a fun phrase. Refers to the start and end of class times for schools. The bell schedule is used to determine when special school buses run. Buses arrive 15 minutes before and 5 to 7 minutes after the start and end of class time bell. Lots of other things that, don't really make sense with our game at all. Blocking trips, boarding riders. Deadhead refers to non-revenue time when a bus is not carrying passengers, usually a trip from, to, or between lines or garages. We have end of line, as I was just saying, the beginning or ending points of a line. Feeder lines refers to a bus line that crosses trunk lines and services neighborhoods. Frag, I was surprised to see this one in here, refers to a driver's daily... I'm having a terrible time talking today, I apologize. Refers to a driver's daily work assignment, usually 5 hours or less, and typically during peak hours. An AM and PM frag may be put together to form one complete run. Delightful. Gilly room refers to a location in a division with tables and chairs where bus drivers congregate and pick up their daily assignment. Headway sheet. Kiss and ride refers to a station where commuters are driven by private car and dropped off to board a public transit vehicle. Maximum load point. That feels like it could be a name for a very different type of game. Paddle. What's a paddle? Refers to the schedule for each bus showing all trips in a day, including arrival and departure times. Usually printed in 8.5 by 11 format. The paddle is laminated for each schedule. Laminated. I used to be very into laminating things when I was a child. I don't know why. It felt so official to have a laminated thing, I think. Platform hours. Pouch. Refers to the Naugahyde pouch carried by all bus drivers. Picked up in the morning in the gilly room and usually containing the paddle with accident cards, courtesy cards, and emergency transfers, in addition to a block number and a head sign code block. A separate sheet also indicates any stops that must be called out to passengers. Fascinating. Silver says, I made this paper immune to its natural enemy, water. It is a very powerful feeling. Yes, I agree. 67 says, if you combine lamination with the corner rounder, you'd be unstoppable. Good call. Unfortunately, I do not, now that I'm no longer in grade school, have access to a laminating machine. I'm sure there's somewhere you could go to get that done. Run cut refers to the process normally run 4 times a year of generating daily bus driver work assignments. I promise I didn't mean to read all these, but they're kind of interesting to me. And this is the one that jumped out at me. Transfer point. Refers to a point where bus lines intersect and passengers can transfer to another line. I think that's a pretty good name. I think point of transfer is maybe even better. So currently, that's my best name that I've come up with. And if that's what we end up going with, I think I'll be pretty happy with that. Trippers refers to a pay term that describes a short piece of work on a bus, normally less than 3 hours. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So yeah, point of transfer. What do y'all think? Let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick vibe check. Why can I never remember which icon means poll? New poll. Okay. We'll go ahead and do a full 10 minutes. That's apparently the longest poll because we're not in a rush here. So you can choose if you like transfer point of transfer, or if you're not feeling either one. All feedback is valued and appreciated. Bet they do that at Staples or something. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Go up to FedEx office or whatever. Oh no, Silver says, I just discovered BG3 has mimics in the worst possible fashion of finding out. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're okay. Are you dead now? Okay. What are we actually going to work on today? We'll see how hard I can punch a chest. I wish you luck, Silver. As of now, I seem to be the only one feeling a noun of verb format, says Unsecret Crush. That's interesting. We only have 3 votes so far, so, I mean, that could change. Also, I do want to be clear, the results of this poll are not binding. I feel like, ultimately, I want to have a name that I am happy with. But I will definitely strongly consider the results. So I appreciate your feedback, even if there's a small chance I could ignore it. I do feel like if there's a very, very strong favoring of transfer point, that I could be swayed to that option. Silver says, I think it's good, but I just watched a bunch of Immortals of Avenum streams, so I voted against Thing of Thing. Okay, that's fair. Oh, you can see my screen. That's funny. Hopefully there wasn't anything you shouldn't have seen in there. Because I wasn't paying attention to that at all. Thank you for letting me know. I'm just looking at what was on the dashboard while I had that open. I think that's fine. You know, no big deal. It's not like showing my credit card numbers or anything. Okay. Can we suggest alternatives? Yes. Name suggestions are accepted at any time. I have been making a list. Most of the names people have suggested have been a little jokey, which, you know, is perfectly fine. But none of them felt right to me. Let's see. I'm trying to find that list. Okay. So other names we've had suggested are Untitled Bus Game, Bus Stop in Purgatory. I think I wrote that down just because I thought it might be fun to just kind of go with like the literal prompt we started making this with. Bus Route Mix-Up, or the Troubled Travel Itinerary, Accordion to Reports, Ogre Perm, a Catacombs, which is an anagram for Robot Space or Mac Game, just to clarify. At one point, I was thinking it might be fun to have something with the word sweetie in it, though I feel like it's tricky to come up with something that has that in it and feels appropriate. End of the Line, Service Suspended or Suspended Service, Expect Delays or Cancellations, Dusk Stop, Bus Stop Nights After Dark Edition, and Scene Abandoned for Now. There were others that I think I decided were too jokey to leave on the list. Mousemus says, I love the idea around transfer point, just thinking of similar ones like transition point or transition zone, transfer zone. Yeah, those are good thoughts. Thank you. Oh no, my secret pin number, 1077. I can't believe you all know that now. Slat Studio asks, when we are talking purgatory, is it like a limbo situation or like the Catholic concept? I have definitely taken the starting prompt that we had in just my own kind of interpretation of what that means. Like, it's definitely just like a limbo type of situation. And the goal as the player is to eventually move on from purgatory. Honestly, I don't really know that much about like the Catholic definition of purgatory. Is there a difference between limbo and the Catholic concept? Yeah, I don't know. But, regardless, I'm definitely not, sticking to any like strict interpretation of that. I've just used it as a kind of like guiding idea for the narrative of the game. After hearing Transfer Point, my thoughts went to that train station in Matrix 3. I can't quite picture that. Matrix 3 is definitely my least watched of the original 3 movies. I wonder if maybe I've only seen it once even. When you say Matrix 3, the main thing that pops in my head is the Agent Smiths all punching everybody in a very like the CGI was a little bit goofy in that one. I honestly can't picture a lot of other stuff from that movie. The idea that the main character got let off the bus at the wrong place as far as they know? It's an interesting question. I feel like the player, the character doesn't really know why they're there. I think the character just kind of becomes aware of things while they are at the bus stop, like at the start of the game. Like that's, the player's experience is everything the character knows at that point. And then throughout the game, you start to remember what happened to you when you died. And, that gives you some backstory, but there's still like some gap there. And I think we never really know what the character's experience of that is. Maybe they just kind of appeared at the bus stop even. Hopefully that answers your question well enough. It was the subway station between worlds where Neo got stuck. Got it. Nancy Koresh says, I always assumed limbo purgatory was a concept that existed because some folks had a philosophical debate and determined some types of people shouldn't have to go right to hell just because they don't meet the heaven requirements. Interesting. Silver says, I was going to suggest unscheduled stop, but that doesn't work if they don't remember getting off a bus. Maybe easement works better than I thought. That is pretty nice. Thank you. Oops. I tried to copy that, and I also got the little first graphic in front of your name, Val. We don't need that in my notes. Slat Studio says the Catholic concept of purgatory is a... Sorry, there's an icon. Go away, icon. Is a state or place where one's attachment to sin is purged in anticipation of heaven. Limbo is a hypothetical Catholic concept for unbaptized persons who die before the age of reason and therefore cannot commit mortal sin, meriting hell. Interesting. Okay. Attachment to sin is purged. Yeah, like I feel like that is maybe not completely separate from what's happening here, but also not quite right. I mean, it's more that they have... They died in a sudden and unexpected way, and in the middle of an argument that they had regrets about, and like purgatory for them as a chance to kind of accept what happened to them and make peace with themselves, I guess. Character is less attached to sin and more not ready to let go of being alive. Yeah. Okay, so the winner is Transfer Point with 7 votes. And just want to see. Okay, so we had 1 vote for Point of Transfer, which was apparently on Secret Crush. Also, I didn't vote, but that's the one I would have chose, as I said. But everyone else likes Transfer Point. Good to know. Thank you all for your feedback. And nobody chose Not Feeling Them, so that's cool. But again, you know, until things are more finalized, I'm happy to continue to take suggestions at any time. So feel free if you ever think of something that seems like it might be worth considering. Interesting how this project started off as a fun, goofy group project, and now it's about death. I mean, it was kind of right there in the original prompt, right? But I guess I did take it in a slightly more serious direction than it necessarily had to go. Slot Studio says, for me, Transfer Point is punchier, but do what you like. I think that's actually why I like it less. Like, that's totally valid. But for me, like, punchier is not what I want. But I kind of like them both in slightly different ways. Another one that popped off in my head is paratransit, because it's an actual bus transit term and could be seen as paranormal transit once they realize what's going on. That is interesting. What does that mean, paratransit? Let's see if you can tell me faster than I can look it up. Paratransit is a term used in North America, also known... okay, Silver beat me. Paratransit is fixed bus routes that aren't actually scheduled and are on demand. Ah, okay. Interesting. That feels thematically appropriate as well, I would say. Yeah. Neat. Thank you for the suggestion. Shoot, I'm going to have too many good ideas for names here now. Well, so much for having a name. At least we have good ideas now. I feel great about that. When did I last make a backup? Oh no, I clicked too much. Also, I like that I have a file named sadcode.txt. I made a copy of the code that was giving us errors at one point. Let's see, I made a backup on 8:13. Okay, so I did not make one. Oh, we didn't work on the game last week. Okay, so we're all good. Silver says, look, that's better than mine, which is still just saying game title, although I'm still pretty sure I have a name. Good. All right. So with all that out of the way, what the heck are we actually going to work on today? I definitely want to think about the name for a while longer before I start, you know, experimenting with the title screen or anything like that. Other things we can do. We still have this difficulty where we want to introduce the concept of having to drop an item before it becomes a thing the player is expected to do to solve a puzzle. my initial plan, and I think it's still set up this way in the game, was to simply set an inventory limit. But that doesn't work out well because there are a lot of different times in the game where we use code to add something to the inventory, and that does not respect the inventory limit at all. So basically, you have this situation where you can pick up an item, for example, the potato, when you first take it out of the book. And then at that point, your inventory may be full, or it may have already been full. So you have this weird situation where, you know, if you try to pick up something else in the normal way, it will say your inventory is full. Actually, here's the weirdest scenario. You pick up the potato. Your inventory was already full when you picked up the potato, but because it's done in code, you still pick it up, and now it's in your inventory. But if you drop it and then pick it up again, you won't be able to, because your inventory is full. And at that point, it's like the World Builder automatic item management code that's built into World Builder handling things. So that respects the inventory limit. And then even more frustrating is, like, if I wanted to go update all my code to respect the inventory limit, it's not possible because there's no way to check that number. I could write some extremely messy code that, like, goes through all possible items you can pick up and checks each one to see if you have it, but it'd be a disaster. I'd have to duplicate this huge messy code in many, many different places, and I don't want to do that. So I would love to figure out some way to introduce dropping an item. Like, someone had the suggestion, you pick up something dangerously hot, and if you don't drop it the next action, you perish. That is a funny approach. I'm not 100% sold on it. And also, it's tricky because, like, how do we make sure the player does this? I don't know. So that's just a thing I keep thinking about. I don't know that I'm having any good ideas about it right now. If anyone else does, feel free. You'd have the player drop, say, a pot to collect water that drips from the ceiling. Yeah. That's a good idea. How could we work that in? See, the other tricky thing is, like, then again, there's a faucet somewhere, so maybe not. Yeah, like, that specific idea I don't think works because it kind of screws up our existing water-based puzzle. But, you know, maybe there's something along those lines that could work. We do have giving the bone to the dog is a thing you have to do. But, and in that case, I'm pretty sure you can just drop the bone. But you can also type give bone. So I don't know that that's really a proper introduction to dropping items, but it does make me think maybe it's possible I'm just worrying about it too much. We could also, you know, we have this help screen, which isn't finished, but there's lots of different game mechanics that we need to make sure the player knows about. So we could simply, you know, add a thing about taking and dropping items here, just to make sure the player understands that they can do these things. Is there a specific item you could treat as occupying both hands, so you have to put it down to do something else? Ooh, that's complicated. I can't think of anything that really sounds right for. Hello, Ann K. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Cheat items. Like, the main thing I can think of that, you know, might require two hands is opening the book. Because it is a pretty big book. But, like, just holding it, I don't think would require two hands. I am going to make a note of that idea, though. It's kind of interesting. NK says, how's the world building coming along? It's going pretty well overall. Right now, we're just kind of trying to figure out... I've got a particular conundrum of... At one point, the player needs to drop an item to solve a puzzle. And I want to be sure that the player... has thought about their ability to drop items before they get to that puzzle, because it's honestly kind of a terrible puzzle, but it's kind of funny, and it's also kind of it feels like a very like classic bad adventure game puzzle. And I kind of want to keep it in because of that. I don't know, there's something about it that is kind of great to me. But I want to, you know, help the player along as much as I can. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how to introduce dropping items. Just to make it 100% clear that they know that's a thing they can do. And also, like, if they ever have to think about it, you know, related to a puzzle specifically, I think that might help here. Maybe the dog isn't visible until you drop the bone, then it comes out to the bone. Interesting thought. But then yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would still want to support give bone, because either the player has no idea there's a dog there at all, which is a little weird, or I lost the end of that sentence completely. Okay. Let me go through my list here and see what else we got. Those are some good thoughts, but I feel like it's going to take more thinking to figure out a good solution to. We still have some brisket conversation to finish up. Oh, right, the stream room. That's a simple thing we can start with. Our Easter egg room is not quite done yet. So let's see. Credits. Whoops. I always forget how to type this. Isix. Okay, so here's our Easter egg room, which is, the graphics are pretty much done, I think. I still feel like I should maybe put a little detail on this here, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. But then we need some interaction here to get back into the game. So the idea is that you've come into my streaming room, where I have been working on the game, and you can see my computer here, which is not my real computer, but you can click. Oh, right. We actually did part of this, but the text is too long, so I need to make an adjustment there. And then if you click on it again, then you will go back to the bus stop at the beginning of the game. So we just need to fix that bug and then add another click. Oops. The dog is concealing a key in its house, so I don't know if there's a reasonable way to have it not appear before you put a bone down. Yeah. Problem with the dog one is that it is a puzzle, not an introduction to dropping. Sure. Okay. So again, that text got cut off because there's this, I think, invisible limit on how long a print statement can be. Although I do kind of wonder if it matches up with a different limit. Let's see. So our appendix here has some various limits, including it mentions text in data dialogues can be 200 characters per field. Now we also have item name can be 255 characters. So I do wonder if it might be that 200 character limit, or maybe it could be 255, or maybe it's just completely arbitrary. But I am a little bit curious enough to check, I think. So what it is referring to when it says like a scene field or whatever. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Like there's lots of text fields like this. In this case, you can add some text in here that says, you know, you can't go north. You know, an explanation of why you can't go north. And this field can be 200 characters long. So that's what it's referring to there. But I do wonder if it maybe is also applying the same limit to print statements. Let's see if we can find out, because I think this would be useful to know. And if nothing else, we'll have solved another world builder mystery that is not documented. So I just copied the text we have currently that we know is too long. And let's see. The way I have to do this is a little convoluted. We can open up a text. Open up teach text. Salt Ranger, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. So we can save that. And we'll just call it text. Doesn't really matter. And then I have a couple programs here that are specific to the Mini VMAC emulator. Import FL and export FL. I assume FL is meant to stand for file. But if we open this one, we can pick a file. And then you won't be able to see this part, but my computer is asking me where I want to save that file on my, you know, modern Mac, non-emulated modern Mac. And now I can open that file in BBEdit, which is my preferred text editor. I can see that this is 292 characters. So we are gonna trim that down to 255 and see if that works. Okay. I hope this isn't too boring because I'm just determined to know this definitively. So we want to edit it so it says this looks exactly like. For now, we're not going to worry about stopping in the middle of a sentence. We just want to get the number of characters we're after. So this is attempting to print 255 characters. We'll see if that works. Also, a weird thing about this bug or limitation depending on how you look at it. I'm going to add a quick cheat code so we can go directly to the stream room. Is when you exceed the limit, it doesn't print up until the limit. It prints like some seemingly arbitrary amount of text that's like way, way below the limit. I do not understand what's going on there. Our global code's a little big. It takes a while to open at this point. It takes a very long time to open at this point. Honestly, I didn't think it was this slow. If I remember to change the emulator speed before opening a large chunk of code like this, then it opens much faster. But if I don't do it beforehand, it doesn't really change the amount of time it takes, which is interesting. I'm sure there's some technical reason for that. Okay, so I just wanted to add another cheat code so we can go directly to the streaming room. Actually, we'll just do cheat stream. That's easier. That just moves us directly there. Could copy in chunks. You sometimes see a loop that will copy from buffer to buffer in chunks of powers of 2. So maybe that last chunk is size 32 instead of size 1. Yeah, I don't know. I would expect to get more of the text that way. It's like... It's typically like, I don't know, maybe 20% of the text that it ends up getting printed. It sounds like Leisure Suit Larry music. I think there is a Larry song somewhere in one of these playlists, and it might be this one. Let's see. This is actually The Incredible Machine. Miller. So very much not Larry. Though we did hear a Larry song at the beginning of this playlist, which was about 7 minutes ago. So yeah, maybe that's what you heard when you said that. Again, these are the MZZ playlists we are listening to. They're very good. Okay. Maybe it fails right after the first chunk. Could be. Adventures of Willie Beamish was swell. I never played that one. One of many, many games I would like to get around to at some point. There's still time. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of games I never played because they never came to Mac. And then there's a lot of other games that I never played just because we could not afford all the games. I had to pick and choose. Is your prompt supposed to do something? Sorry, I don't understand your question. Oh, did you not? This is a thing I've been meaning to look into more. Jabberwocky, did you not see the Stream Elements response when I typed the music command? You didn't. Are you on the Android mobile app by any chance? Indeed. Okay. That's so strange. It seems like... Okay. The iOS app does show announcements, but apparently not the Android app. Thank you for your feedback on that. I think I'm going to change those announcements so that they're not announcements. Because that's a bummer. I don't know why that is. And it's also weird that, like, my shoutouts are done as announcements, but from my account. And I've gotten the impression that people can see those on the same Android app. I don't know what's going on there. On your Pixel. Okay, where were we? We're going back into the game. We're going to see if this prints all of our text this time. So we can type cheat stream. And then we just want to click on here. Aha! So we can at least type as many as 255 characters. So the next thing to do is add a character and see if it breaks. Actually, let's speed up. No, yeah. As soon as I have to scroll, speeding up becomes a problem. Okay, just add a K there. So fast. Cheat stream. Click. Click. Oh, that's interesting. It's not outputting anything now. Huh. But yeah, it seems to be 255. So we've learned something. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's weird. It's like, it's printing... Yeah, okay, yeah, it's printing one blank line, and then we intentionally print another blank line. Weird. Okay. So, 255 is the limit for a print statement. Unfortunately, since there's no like built-in character counter or anything, that's not super helpful to know, but unless you want to count all your characters by hand, at least it gives you some idea though. So now I've learned two things about World Builder that I've never seen documented anywhere. I'm ready to publish my hit book, The Undocumented Secrets of World Builder. It will be 2 pages long, and no one will care about it. Okay, the screen of the Macintosh shows 2 windows. A larger window on the left shows a drawing of a scene, and a smaller text window on the right describes it. Okay, this sentence is long and uninteresting. The point of this sentence is to try to make it clear that you are seeing the World Builder interface, but obviously your character doesn't know what World Builder is. So let's try to think of a shorter way to describe that. We're just gonna say shows 2 windows. There's a drawing of a scene. I'm trying to decide if I want to just leave this vague as a scene. Like, I don't think I want to point out that it looks like the bus stop quite yet. There's a drawing of a scene and a description of it on the right. The screen changes to show a close-up of the drawing. It looks oddly familiar. This looks exactly like, what did we say originally? The bus stop you first arrived at. Oops. Nope. The title practically writes itself. Exactly. Top tips they don't want you to know about World Builder. Now you're talking. Okay, so if we had that character checker, we'd be great. But we do not. I feel like this is still a little bit too long. I was ready for that typo. Screen of the Macintosh shows 2 windows. I'm gonna say shows a window with a drawing of a scene and a smaller window. This is why is writing on stream so hard for me? Description of it on the right. Screen of Macintosh shows a window with a drawing of a scene and a description of it on the right. With a description on the right. It's so hard to like figure out how to give an impression of the World Builder interface in a short bit of text. Actually, maybe we should break this up. Like this, the screen changes to show a close-up of the drawing. That should be a separate paragraph, I think. Maybe. I'm gonna try it and see how I feel about it once it's in the game. The other thing is we don't want the text to be taller than the window. I've seen this in other games and it's always very frustrating. Like it came up in Swamp Witch a lot, where it would print so much text that once it was done printing, you had to scroll way back up. I don't know if they thought, you know, maybe if you were on a much slower computer, it would print slow enough that you could read it all as it goes by. Screen of the Macintosh shows a window with a drawing of a scene and a smaller window with a description of the scene next to it. You click the mouse and I frequently try to hit the arrow keys to move the cursor around. It does not work. You click the mouse and the screen changes to show a close-up of the drawing. It looks oddly familiar. This looks exactly like the bus stop you first arrived at. Okay. So while we're in here, let's go ahead and add the code for the second click. So when you click on it again, you will get transported to the bus stop. we wanted to honor Swamp Witch, we need to phrase the final line description as a question. Is it the bus stop? I'm going to save this. Oh, Mac Screen is actually the object name I was looking for. I think this description is good. Okay, thank you. Okay, so when you first click, we move Mac Screen into the scene. And the second time you click, we want to check if that object is already present. You don't necessarily have to click on that screen. Sorry, I just got lost in thought because this is a little tricky. You don't have to click on the screen to interact with the computer, but we're going to need extra code because it should work if you do click on the screen. It'll get slightly messy, but it shouldn't be too bad. So we want to check if Mac Screen equals scene at. So that's checking if the object is in the current scene. And if it is, then we will do some stuff and then exit. And if this check fails, then we do the initial interaction. So I think all we're going to do on the second interaction is move the player to bus stop. We can maybe print a very short bit of text. If you print text before moving the player to another screen, there's very little opportunity to see it. So I've generally tried to avoid that. But it's tricky because it'd be nice to say something here. But maybe I shouldn't worry about it. So let's just say if this is handling if they click the screen itself. If click $ equals Mac Screen, then exit. And then we just have to copy this same text here. It's easier to just handle this separately than to try to incorporate it into this whole block. Where is it? Actually, we can just do an OR. It's not really any less code, but it's nicer because, you know, if we decide to change this code at any point, we don't have to worry about also changing a different block down here. It's just in one place. So this is increasingly difficult to read, but it should work. Basically, if they click on the Mac or the Mac Screen, or they type any of these words, and then this is broken up into 2 lines so we can check for different combinations of words without having to be too strict about the phrase they're typing. Okay. Let's make sure all this works now. Cheat stream. And click. Okay. So that's kind of like the maximum amount of text we want to print at one time. The screen of the Macintosh shows a window with a drawing of a scene and a smaller window with a description of the scene next to it. I don't love that sentence. It's like pretty much what I want to say. I know I could write it better if I was not streaming right now. If you click the mouse and the screen changes to show a close-up of the drawing. It looks oddly familiar. This looks exactly like the bus stop you first arrived at. And then we click again. And we're back at the bus stop. I think that works pretty well. What was describing it as a familiar scene? Sure. We do later describe it as familiar. I'm not gonna worry about it anymore. Like, it's close enough, and as I've said many times, at some point my plan is to go through all the text off stream and, you know, clean it up a little, improve it, and polish it. But I'm saving that until very late, just because I feel like if I do it when the game is basically done, it'll make it easier to be sure things are like consistently worded, and, you know, all the text will be there, so, you know, I won't miss anything. Change the first with to contains and it's probably fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it. I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't quite like that either. We'll get it later. Okay, what's next? We finished the stream room, more or less. The major scene that we have not drawn at all yet is the final bus stop scene. So there's a bunch of this that isn't coded yet, but the way the game is going to end, so you have a conversation with Brisket that allows you to get the light bulb, which maybe a thing we could work on is off stream. I want to figure out the ending of that conversation, but we could start putting together what happens after ending the conversation. Like, basically when you're done with that conversation, Brisket will leave. So I think I'm going to have yet another drawing of Brisket, another opportunity to draw a cat. My thought is I will just show them kind of leaping off of the chair. And then ideally, I would like to figure out how to do a little bit of a dissolve effect, which is going to be tricky. In HyperCard, you can do that so easy, but in World Builder, you can really only do it manually by drawing it yourself. But if we can make it look like Brisket is kind of fading away, I think that would be very cool. And Zizzy, hello, good to see you. A name for the game. So the name I am currently considering is Transfer Point. I liked Point of Transfer better, but no one else did. So we'll see. But I would love to have like something that's kind of a transportation term, but also something that's thematically appropriate for the game. Evocative, thank you. Also, feel free to let me know which of those two you prefer. Sonneveld, hello, good to see you. Can you change with to comprised of, just to annoy that one guy in Wikipedia? When you put it that way, yes, absolutely. Okay, the screen of the Macintosh shows a window comprised of a drawing of the scene and a smaller window with a description of the scene next to it. Perfect. You're welcome. Okay, so I got distracted from a thing I was saying. Where did I leave off? I was talking about how the ending of the game. Basically, you go talk to Brisket. Brisket hops off the chair and kind of fades as they're walking out of the room. And then at that point, you're finally able to take the light bulb that's in the lamp in the study. And that lets you solve the puzzle that allows you to power up the Lil Sweetie again. And once you've done that, you can read the final email message, which in order to read that, you will have to go back to the library. Every time I talk about like stuff, I try to avoid spoilers for puzzles just because, you know, some people haven't been watching all the streams and might want to play it. But it's hard to not to. Point of transfer, transfer point. They both have their pros and cons. They're both good. Transfer point sounds more vaporwave sci-fi. Point of transfer feels more apt, but also feels like an obligatory document you have to sign at work. Yeah, that's a fair point. Good feedback. Thank you. I don't know. It's tough. Naming things is hard, y'all. We did also have the very good suggestion. I think my favorite runner-up right now is paratransit, which is a transportation term that I've never heard before that Silverstreak suggested. To me, it feels like a great name for a different game. Paratransit, perfect. We just got to put a parrot on the bus, and then it'll be appropriate. There are only two difficult problems in computer engineering: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. Exactly. Yeah, I figured you knew that wasn't what I said, but thank you for clarifying. You just need to add a parrot to every screen. Exactly. So, okay, so distracted again, but at the end of the game, you have to go to the library, you have to use the Lil Sweetie, you read the final email, and then, like, there's not gonna really be any, like, obvious thing to do next, but, like, you know, you're done with the Lil Sweetie, you're gonna close it, and then you're gonna go somewhere else, right? And then the only direction you can go is right back to the bus stop. Like, that's just the only way you can go from the library. And at that point, the bus will have arrived and you can get on the bus, and that's basically the end of the game. So we need a final scene for that. So we could just take the bus stop we have and add a bus there. Or, just to be dramatic, I could completely redraw the scene. I'm trying to find the bus stop. There it is. Mostly because there's not a lot of room to get a bus in here. Like, I guess I could have it... Like, realistically, the bus would be right in front here. So I guess it would be blocking most of the scene. So that's kind of the main reason I thought it might be worth redrawing the whole thing, just to, you know, give a different angle on this screen that you probably walked by a lot of times. And, you know, it seems worth it for, like, what is more or less the final scene. And says, oh, hey, sexy Garf celebration. Yes, I am wearing my Sexy Monday shirt that I got from the Yeti. It's very hard to stand up like this, but I should give it a close up. It's a little upsetting. Apologies for showing my lewd shirt on stream. Soundvelt says, thinking of vaporwave, maybe a pun on triple point or critical point of substance phase diagram. What? None of this means anything to me, but it's interesting. Substance phase diagram. What is that? Just call it vibes. What is that in Japanese? What? Wrong wholesaler? Perfect. Matthew Crush says, I believe when the package arrived, I said your upsettingly sexy Garf shirt is here. That sounds accurate. Okay, what are we doing? We're maybe drawing that screen, but no, I want to draw a cat. That sounds more fun, right? I could draw the other image of Brisket. I could draw that final scene. There's some little tedious stuff I could do. Like one thing I considered doing was experimenting with setting up our scoring system. Sonneville says that thingo where you can play with temperature and pressure on a substance to move between liquid, solid, gas. Okay, got it. Congratulations on being the only Australian who got an education. Good for you, Sonneville. Okay. Should we do a poll? Should I draw a cat or a bus? I'm feeling indecisive. Three-minute poll. Cat bus? Ooh. That's an idea. Now that we've talked about having a parrot on the bus, I am a little tempted to get a little subtle parrot peeking out through the window. Carrot or parrot. No option to do both. Yeah, sorry. We gotta choose. All right, we're leaning towards cat, I see. So let's go look at the scene here that we're gonna be probably drawing. I figured cat was gonna win, but who could have predicted? So let's go to the study. Here's Brisket. So we can talk to Brisket. Oh no, talk cat? I should maybe just allow talk. And then we get a close up. No, we're not lost. And we can back out of this close up. And eventually you'll finish the conversation and you'll automatically come back to here, and then you'll see Brisket hop off the chair. So my thought is we can't do a lot of animation in World Builder, but we can do some like subtle animation. And thank you for all the cat emotes. Those are lovely. So my thought is I'll just have a single drawing where Brisket is hopping down from the chair, like mid motion. So like not touching anything, maybe back feet still on the chair at most. And then I could maybe do a second frame, but I'm kind of inclined to just figure out a way to fade out from that frame. My thought is I can maybe do like a dotted outline version of that drawing and then switch between the two and then switch to no cat there at all. But I figure I'll draw like the first frame of Brisket hopping down and we'll experiment and see what works. So I'm definitely going to need a reference of Brisket hopping off the chair. Unless a lot of bus votes come in last minute, I'm just going to assume this is what we're doing. Cat hopping off chair. This is a very good image. So far, none of these are quite what I'm after. This is close. kind of what I was thinking. Thank you, Purina, for providing an appropriate image reference. Like, definitely needs to be hopping down. Here's a good image that is not helpful. That's kind of the right motion, but straight on the side is not really that helpful. I guess I'll open that in a tab just for future reference. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. I saw a cat on my walk today, and it started to walk towards me, but stopped halfway, and then I felt weird about being crouched outside somebody's house for too long. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Okay. I think we'll just have to go with the one image I found that is at least close-ish. I'll have to mirror it to get the right angle. But aside from that, I think it's pretty good. Let's see. We watch Mario videos for research. That sounds like it would take a while to get to the right thing. Is this? There we go. Okay. Wait, that's cropped. It wasn't cropped before. Right? Yeah, there's more of it here. I'll just save this one. I was hoping to get a slightly bigger one, but that's okay. Flip horizontal. Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, I think that'll work. Honestly, the only thing I think I would really change is this cat in the reference is kind of looking off to the side. Like the opposite direction, I think, would make sense for Brisket to be looking. Maybe would be a lovely time for all. I suppose you're right. Okay, so I want a shot of this room for reference. I guess we'll just take a shot of this screen exactly, because we also want this version of Brisket to be there initially so I can get the size right. I think this is always kind of tricky. Like, I would love to have layers for something like this. But I think what I can do is kind of rough in on top of this drawing and then get rid of everything we don't want once I have like kind of the right size and vague idea of the look of it. So I want to make sure to keep the bottom in here so we know where that is. Games, Wheel Builder. Just want to say I did consider, and we'll probably continue to think about just playing Lode Runner all day today. I was not feeling in a very creative mood when I started stream, but I figured I would get there eventually. Brisket jumping. 1. Oh, speaking of games, Mzizzy, are you still here? I finally figured out how to get Mopedi Island running. I was very excited to figure that out. Okay, so with the reference, the back feet are still up on the couch. Chair. Oh, this is so hard. Sorry about the beep. Sorry, my beeps always turn back into beeps. I would like them to always be monkeys. Thank you. I feel like the body is too close down. It's tricky. Let's revert. That's too big. Still too big. I guess Brisket's legs are pretty skinny the way I've drawn them. Which is maybe... they might be a little too skinny, but... overall, I like the drawing that we have here, so... they're a tad noodly, yeah. I'm just trying to decide if the overall size of Brisket's body here is correct. I guess one thing to consider is like a cat in this motion is going to be stretched out probably a little more than a cat that's sitting up like that. Yes, cats are liquid. So maybe the size is okay. Even though it feels a little big. Also, like, you know, they're coming towards us a little bit more, so... I think that's about right. Let's erase some of this inside stuff so we can see what's going on here a little better. Thank you, Slat Studio. As usual, I've erased too much, but oh well. Yeah, I think that's about right. So now we'll get rid of all the rest of this. Let's see. Let's just copy this. Whoa. Okay. Fine. All right, tail. Can't forget the tail. An important feature. Oops. This is a mess, but we'll get there. So the tail in the reference is missing. The photo has just cropped that out entirely. I'm trying to think of what a cat's tail would likely be doing in this kind of position. I suppose we can go back to the Google image search, and there's other images that will kind of answer that question, I think. Oxy Joe, welcome. Imagine someone wanting to know what game development looks like and seeing this first. I think that would be great, personally. I mean, that was my experience growing up, so I think that's just fine. But welcome. Right behind, maybe in a slight curve. Okay. Kind of what I was thinking. Okay, there's my mess of a cat so far. Let's go look at a reference real quick. Okay, so yeah, like here we have a hop and the tail's just kind of going straight back and then curving down. Oh, here we have going straight up and then curving more forward. But it does seem, wow, that's a dramatic, like almost perpendicular to the cat. Fascinating. And here as well. Like I would have expected more like the line to go, you know, straight back. So like the tail is kind of following the, you know, the line of the cat as a whole. But I guess that's just not how cats work, it seems like. I mean, some of these, it's a little bit closer to that. Like here, That's pretty much like what I was thinking. But I feel like more often it's kind of sticking up more. I think it would almost be following the line of action. But a lot of these don't seem to follow that. But I mean, I guess we can do it that way if I want to. Ones where the tail is more straight up seem like they're more acrobatic leaps than just hopping down off a chair. Yeah, I suppose. I can't decide if I'd rather have it curve up or down. I think maybe I like that better. I don't know, it just feels more right to me. Even though, as we've shown, not necessarily. Okay, so like at this point, I would love to just redraw this, but like again, since we don't have layers, it's kind of tricky to do that and make sure I'm, you know, getting everything the same size and stuff. So I think I'm gonna just kind of poke away at it and remove all these extra pixels we don't want and stuff. And eventually it'll start to look more like what we're after. This back foot. So should go something like that. And then this should come forward. A little bit like that. It's good enough for now. All right, I think I want to get a better version of that drawing in here for reference. Just to help me get the proportions and stuff correct. What did I label those files? Cat? Okay. Cat close-up. Oh, cat. Cat 1. There we go. Oh. Interesting. Do I not have a complete cat in MacPaint? We'll just take this version and reassemble him. I guess it's okay that we don't have the tail. Decapicat surprised me just now. I'm sorry to startle you. I know it's a little upsetting. It's fine though. Actually, that's a thing. That's a thing we don't have to do anymore. Previously, it seemed like objects that were taller than, I think, 64 pixels needed to be split up into multiple objects in order to make them opaque. But I have since learned we can work around that limitation by copying things out of Super Paint instead of Mac Paint. Just works better for whatever reason. Okay, so this leggy here is maybe too long, but also, I mean, it's getting stretched out more, so maybe it's okay. I'm gonna make it just a little bit shorter, I think. Did I make it too short? We'll go with that for now. Let's see. This leg. So let's get rid of all this mess. So like it's coming down at an angle here, and then like the, I don't know, do you call that an elbow on the cat? It's kind of like right in here, and then it's coming out in this direction. Do cats have elbows? I can't imagine why they wouldn't. But maybe there's a more cat-specific term. Seems about right. Four knees? Really? Interesting. Okay, you're just kidding. I couldn't tell. It seemed like it might be believable. Alright. We're getting there. I think this is starting to look like something. You know, hinge joints? We'll just go with elbow, I think. A thing I keep thinking about with brisket is the eyes in this view. And before I draw another brisket face, we should probably think about this. Cat close up. Oh, right. I did actually spend some time on this, didn't I? On the right here, there's different versions. Different variations on the eyes. So, like, we started out with this drawing. So we had the tiny little eyes just because, you know, that's how I drew it. And it seemed fine. But then when I did the close-up, you know, I wanted to look more like a real cat, of course. And I don't hate the difference between these two. Like, ultimately, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But it would be nice if maybe this looked a little bit closer to this version of Brisket. I'm just not sure how to get there without the eyes looking weird. Like, I think I did versions where the eyes were larger and it was a, they were just big blocks of pixels. Like, there's not enough pixels to really make it look right. But I'm going to give it one more shot before we give up. This looks terrible. I'm scanning Google results. I think the way the joint bends in the front legs is more elbow-like and the back more knee-like. Okay. I think the transition from single pixel eyes to the deep soul-searching eyes is fun. Okay. Noted. I think we're probably gonna, like, everything I'm trying here looks awful, so I'm probably just gonna give up and stick with that. Okay. I am a little tempted to adjust the placement of this pixel. I think just one pixel over, maybe. Yeah, that's too far. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll stop this. When it's this small, mistakes look like cute flourishes. Yeah, I think that's definitely like with low-res pixel art, like, you have to be willing to make things not quite realistic. And I think, having things that don't quite match up between views is part of that. Break time? Yeah, maybe. Okay. I want to get this face in here just a little bit more before we go on a break. I do wish the head in my reference was closer to what I want. Like, now that I've flipped it, I'm just gonna talk about this reference in the orientation I have it. Like, the cat is looking off to their right. So, in this drawing, the cat is looking like they're jumping this way, right? But it's like they're looking at something that's over here. Whoops. Something that's in this direction. Which, is fine, but, like, I feel like that doesn't make sense for what Brisket is doing. Brisket isn't, like, this cat almost looks like it spotted something of interest, like it's in a little bit of a hunting mode or something. But that's not what Brisket is doing. Brisket is like, I'm done here, I'm leaving. So, like, where they're going is what they're focused on. They're not focused on anything else. So I feel like they should not be looking off to the side like this. So I'm just trying to figure out what the head should be, like the angle of the head, and Just where exactly it should be positioned. That's tricky. And I guess overall the shape of it is the thing I'm struggling with the most. Probably part of it is this ear should not be, because that ear would only be there if the cat is like facing like it is in the reference I have. So it should be back here more. And this ear should be around here probably. I can't decide if they should be sticking their neck out a little bit or anything like that. That shape feels very wrong. Let's see. Nose is probably down here. Eyes. Shape is so weird, but I don't know how to fix it. Just glancing to see if we have any references that will help me with this. That's kind of the right angle, but this cat is also a lot fluffier than Brisket, which is making it harder to see the head shape I'm after. Let's try a slightly different search. Cat hopping down instead of off chair. It doesn't really matter what they're hopping off of. There's got to be one photo that's what I want, right? Just one. That's all I'm asking for. That's kind of close. That might be close enough to... What? Oh, come on. No, I don't want your newsletter. Here it is. Okay. Oh, no. They've disabled right-clicking. How could you do this to me? I'll simply take a screenshot. Okay. Yeah, I'm on a Mac, but same thing basically. Okay. So like I had the ears coming back in this like very like aerodynamic way, but like that doesn't seem right, at least not with this reference photo. And I think it looks more natural if they're just kind of pointing up more normally. then, like, I think this side here is the thing that's the weirdest. It's a little bit better. We're getting there. I know exactly what kind of meow this cat would have, and it's a weird one. Okay. Well, next time you stream, I will redeem an animal sound and request Brisket's meow. I'm very curious. Does that look right? Tell me what's wrong with my cat. Again, I feel like the body is maybe too long, but also maybe that's correct, or at least fine. The head still feels a little bit weird to me. Obviously, I haven't drawn any whiskers, but like I'm more concerned with the overall shape of it right now. Cats defy the laws of mass conservation. Yes. Looks correctly long. Okay. I won't change the length then. Maybe it's the... In the reference, there's like a little bit more of a curve here. Yeah, that helps. Because, oh yeah, the back leg here, like you'd see a bit of that, I think. Looks like an Oriental Russian blue Moggy? I don't think I know what a Russian blue is either, but Moggy is the one that is intriguing me the most. Slash Studio says, if this is an animation, it doesn't really matter if it's not perfect. The longness is good animation technique too. Yeah, that's a good point. This isn't going to be too much of an animation. So the deal with animation in World Builder is you can kind of do it, even though it's not really supported. Basically, you have to take a bunch of objects and like swap them out, and just... There happens to be a quirk in the way World Builder draws stuff that you will see each frame if you do it in just the right way. However, if you're on an older Mac, like one of the earliest Macs, it does not work at all. And it will basically redraw the entire scene for each frame of the animation, and it looks terrible. So I want to limit the animation, because we need to strip it out for a separate version of the game I'm going to do for early Macs. And then also because it's kind of complicated, I don't want to have too many frames. Oh, Moggy means mixed breed. They live the longest. Nice. We also say Bitsa for mixed breed dogs. Bits of this, bits of that. That's great. I love that. Salt Ranger suggested, I'm sure an image search for cat longboy would yield hilarious results. Okay, let's try. I'm just curious now. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's a real long boy. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. Bits of this, bits of that. So Moggy, like Bitsa makes sense, but where does Moggy come from exactly? Deavor, hello, good to see you. Moggy. I'm coming around on this. I feel like it's maybe not that far off. Let's make a copy. It's because I'm at a point where I want to be able to compare any changes I make. Oxy Joe says, in parts of Lancashire, England, the word moggy means mouse, not cat. A cat was known as the moggy catcher. It has been suggested that this could be the etymology of the word moggy, meaning cat. Over time, the catcher part was dropped from the moggy catcher, so moggy now means both mouse and cat. Copied from Google. Interesting. I feel like that makes sense. Like, definitely words do that sort of thing sometimes. Mzizzy says the etymology of moggy is actually under a lot of debate. Okay. Well, now I want to know what the other sides of the debate are. Moggy, spelling is interchangeable. Okay, good to know. I think this needs to... Ew, no, that's weird. Why is drawing so hard? Could also be from mongrel. Oh, okay, yeah, I could see how that makes sense. Moggy deniers marching on the Capitol. Oh my gosh. Did I make this worse or better? I think it might be worse now. I'll keep going. I'll keep making it worse until it's better or I give up. Actually, I kind of like that. I think it became better. I also feel like we need to erase a little bit of this here. Too much. I think yeah. Hinton says Moggy truthers camped out downtown. Oh no. MZZ says could also be from Margaret for cows? But that's another kettle of fish. TLDR, British people sure do some nonsense with their language, considering how uppity they can get about it. Ooh. Shots fired. One time I saw a British punch the letter H in the throat. Wow. All right, we need whiskers. Let's make another copy before I fuck it up with the whiskers. Can I get a vibe check from Chad? Is it possible to have too much garlic in the butter for garlic bread? My feeling on that is I imagine there is a point where it becomes too much. However, I have never encountered that point. I feel like you can go pretty far with garlic and it's fine. For me, anyway. Davor says, you frankly lost me at too much garlic. Hinton says, no, never. Are we talking homeopathy levels of dilution? Why is the crocodile eating the H? Oh, Hinton's comment. Okay. My memory is apparently quite short. Maybe you use black garlic. I don't even know what that is. Wow, okay. A type of aged garlic that is colored deep brownish black. Process is of East Asian origin. Is made by placing garlic in a warm, moist, controlled environment over the course of several weeks, a process that produces black cloves. Fascinating. Black garlic bread. So is it based on your comment? I assume it like has a stronger taste. Brad made it once before Bon Appetit went bad. Yeah. More distinctive. Okay. Looks pretty good, I think. Oh, I guess I kind of made them come like together into the same point. I should probably be consistent about that. Or maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Oh, pixels. I think when I'm finally done porting this to Playdate, when I finish the World Builder version and I ported it to Playdate, my next project will at least have 16 colors. That sounds so freeing right now. I love monochrome art, but it's so challenging. Okay, this needs more of a curve. Right? Okay. That? We're getting there. Everything I do looks wrong. Oh, gosh. Six Seven says challenging. There's only one decision to make: pixel on or pixel off. It's a coin flip at most. But there's so many different pixels, and that's all you can do. Sometimes pixel on and pixel off both look bad. And if you have 16 colors, then you have 16 different options. But in this case, we only have one. And if they both look bad, there's just nothing you can do about it. That's the problem. Okay, I think we're very close. It looks pretty much like a cat. It looks almost like brisket. Sounds like pixel on or pixel off with extra steps to me, I suppose. I'm still not quite happy with the whiskers, but also I don't know that I can do better. So let's make another copy. And let's also save. No one can prove it's not brisket. That is true. I mean, all evidence points to the fact that it is probably brisket, even if it doesn't quite look like brisket. So, perfectly reasonable statement. I hate this little tangent I keep getting here, but I don't know what to do about it. I guess that. Okay. I'm gonna stop fussing with the whiskers. Clustering and arrangements can change how things look quite a bit, even with a single color. Absolutely. I'm gonna close my eyes, then open them again, and someone has changed position. Who is this imposter? Can't wait to find out if I've made dog shit garlic bread or not. Well, I'm sure it's fine. You put garlic on bread, right? You gotta go in a very bad direction to fuck that up, I feel like. Was that Mad Dog music, Soundeveld? Based on your emotes, I assume it was. I feel like I should play Mad Dog sometime. I did, I spent some time earlier trying to get Trev to the Rescue set up. I ran into some difficulty with I had to install Windows 3.1, which I was not expecting. And it mostly went fine, but then something weird was happening with the sound driver I installed, I guess. I still gotta figure that out. Good garlic stops vampires. Bad garlic, vampires walk the earth freely. Oh no. So we put a little bit of shading on brisket here, and I want to have some of that. So like a little bit of gray here probably. And then maybe a little on the back leg. Just to kind of keep the overall appearance similar. We're having to track down some drivers to get Windows 3.1 in DOSBox nicely. Yeah, I found a good guide that had links to drivers for all kinds of different stuff. But for whatever reason, like when I try to install Trev to the Rescue, it says that there's another application using the audio already. And also, ever since I installed the audio drivers, when I try to quit Windows, it just hangs, which I'm guessing it has a similar cause. So I don't know what's going on there. But I'm sure, like I was just doing this earlier today. I didn't spend much time poking at it, so I'm sure I can figure it out. Trying to block out the area that'll be shaded here. Don't have access to a Willy Beamish emote. That's too bad. Gotta have emotes ready for every song. I feel like this would be easier if I knew cat anatomy a little bit better, but I feel like this shading should come down here and go up more back here. This is bothering me. My reference isn't quite helping. I guess, Yeah, okay. I should have looked at my reference before I did this. I think this is all wrong. This part should have very little shadow, because like this part of the, like it's not quite leg, like it's kind of upper leg area, but it's very, in the reference, it's very bulged out up here. So we shouldn't have too much shadow there. If anything, we should have a little more shadow up here, probably. Seven says, my mind just goes to vampires because that's the game I'm working on currently. Ooh, interesting. Is that a work project? Do you do any game dev outside of your work? Could drop him in the scene and see how you feel before twiddling his pixels further. That is a good point. Actually, I think where this is at now, I'm pretty happy with. I want to add just a little bit more shading in the foot area here. Or not. Yeah, it's too small of an area. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to use Super Paint, not SuperCard. Very different program. Only tabletop games outside work. Got it. Work game is called Silent Slayer. VR game about killing vampires in their coffins before night comes. That sounds fun. Hinton says, can't believe brisket lets you go belly time. I'm confused by this statement. What is belly time? Is that what I've drawn? Or do you mean the fact that I was drawing pixels on brisket's belly? Yeah, I don't cat. I'm sorry. I'm allergic to cats. I love cats. I wish I could cat, but I cannot. Brisket letting you touch the pixels on his belly. Yeah, that makes sense. Vampires are neat subjects for game design. They have all kinds of rules about what they can do and how they can be harmed. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to need another object, but for now, we're just going to drop this in the study to see how it looks. Look at that. Let's see, I don't like this tangent with that foot. Tangents. Just the worst. Oof. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Go belly time on site and then sometimes bite you for daring to pet him. That's terrible. One time I was petting him and he started biting, so I stopped, and then he was like, no, why'd you stop petting me? And then immediately start biting again. I mean, to me that sounds like Larry thought that biting was returning the the kindness you were showing him. I thought that was a nice thing to do. I think he just got real wound up. Larry sounds like he was fulfilling the measure of his creation, keeping the humans guessing. Absolutely. All right, it's break time, finally, at last, half an hour later after it was suggested. I'm gonna get a snack and stretch and stuff, and hopefully I'll still be happy with this cat drawing when I return. Probably not, but you never know. Back in a few. Hello, hello. I hope everyone had a great break and enjoyed their garlic bread. Welcome back. So, are we still happy with this drawing of brisket? I think the answer is, it's fine. I do think we need a shadow. There should be a shadow underneath brisket on the chair. It's a little tricky because of this line here. So we could do a shadow in 2 parts. Or we could draw the line. We'd have a second line that's on top of the shadow. I think we'll do it in 2 parts probably. This is a good song. What the heck is this one? Oh, it's Cosmo. Nice. Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure Easy 2. What? Pen. None. Phil Gray. Perfect. Oh yeah, actually, I guess I do have a third world builder tip for my book, which is the whole copying from Super Paint instead of Mac Paint. That's like, I feel like somebody has probably mentioned that one somewhere. But I still think it's worth including in my book. So we've got 3 pages now. Ooh. Not liking the shape of this. It's not the best shadow. I mean, I can clean it up a little. I'm just trying to decide if the overall shape is correct. Or at least if I'm happy with it. She extended the floor a bit. Yeah, like, I mean, part of it is, I'm trying to balance a correct shadow and a shadow that's not a huge pain in the ass to draw. Like, basically, anytime it goes over a line, I need to either break it up into different pieces, or I need to, you know, redraw the line on top of the shadow or whatever. Like, the light source is from here, so, you know, it's coming down here. I feel like probably you'd have a little bit of shadow that comes down here. And then, you know, another thing is, like, you know, I'm trying to be reasonable with, like, I don't want to have a, you know, a gradient as the shadow is fading away, which I feel like, you know, as the shadow gets further away from the cat, it's going to be lighter in color. So it's going to kind of fade away towards here. But yeah, it probably would come down to at least a little bit on the ground here, but I'm kind of thinking I would rather shorten it and just draw like the darkest area of the shadow. What if no shadow? Yeah, I mean, that's a valid option. Actually, let's check what I did with normal brisket. God, where even is that cat in this list? We're just gonna have to scroll through the whole thing. Brisket, there we go. We got it. None. No shadow? I do feel like this is a different situation though, like it looks so odd to me without any shadow. Also now I can no longer click on this bit of shadow without moving brisket out of the way, which is a huge pain. Yeah, like I know I can get away with not doing it. It's just we have these fairly dramatic shadows elsewhere, and I feel like there should be a little bit of a shadow from the cat. This is why I mentioned TV animation. Oh, got it. Sure. Let's take one more shot at this. Let's take 2 more shots at this. Oh, I should be... When the brisket bitmap is in the way, I should cut and paste it instead of moving it. That would be easier. Okay, just a slight bit of an angle on this is, I think, what I want. Different. It's possible I'm determined to just keep doing this until I'm happy with it. Let's look at it without a shadow one more time. I suppose another way of looking at this is we are going to have brisket kind of fade away. So maybe they're kind of already dematerializing a little bit here. I'm doing my best to convince myself that I don't need a shadow. It's not working. But I'm trying. He is a supernatural cat. One more time. Yeah, okay. No shadow. No shadow it is. Alternate suggestion, he's so powerful the chair explodes when he jumps off. A rock anthem begins playing and the game crashes. Could be like a rare Easter egg, perhaps. That also sounds like a lot of work, though. Otherwise, I love it. No notes. Okay, let's make this a separate object now. We'll call it brisket jump, I suppose. And then... I want to... Okay, let's put brisket back for just a second here. So this starts with brisket sitting up, and then it switches to this frame, jumping down. And then I want to have one more frame where brisket is kind of fading away. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Like, I think it's going to be very tricky to draw and make it look good, but I am going to do my best. It's like a combination of like how to do that in grayscale and then also how to do that like within the limitations of World Builder. Just because I want to not have a solid outline, but then I want like the fill, like the white areas here, I want to be partially opaque. So like ideally it should look like we've taken this graphic and like knocked the opacity down to 50%. Which I think is going to be super tricky to pull off because like that's not a thing we can do the right way. But I want to try. Because I really want to sell the effect of, you know, brisket is leaving but also fading away. Leaving this plane of existence, I guess. So in addition to the trickiness of drawing that, there's an additional, like, do I just have this same pose drawn that way, or should it actually be a different frame of the animation, like brisket is making contact with the floor, probably, at that point? On the bright side, like, I'm a little bit reluctant to, you know, have to draw another frame of a cat animation, but I do think it would probably look better if I did it that way. And then also, because it's going to have this faded out effect, it doesn't have to be as perfect. Like, I can get away with not fussing about the details quite so much. So maybe I should just do that. But then I guess the other thing is maybe I want to experiment with this drawing just to see if I can figure out a way to get that effect to look good. That probably makes sense. So I'm just trying to think of how I even pull this off. I wonder if Super Paint can actually do opacity. I haven't seen anything to suggest it does, but it's worth checking. I haven't spent a lot of time in there. So let's start with making another object here. So this will be brisket jump 1. And then actually I'm going to go ahead and create another object for the second frame. brisket jump 1 and brisket jump 2. Drop that in there. And update the object data. So this is going to start out in storage, and it's immobile. Same for this one. Okay. So let's open this again. I threw out my screenshot, so let's make another one. Let's copy brisket again. Like, if there is a way to do opacity in Super Paint, I don't think we would be able to use that in World Builder, but it might help get the appearance correct, and then I can figure out how to transfer it into World Builder in a way that is useful. Oh, it's right there. So we have a bitmap mode and a vector mode in here. And I guess, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Is that a vector? Oh. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Huh. So when I pasted this, I got like an outline and then a background, like fill shape. But it's filled in black. It's not useful or correct. Shadow brisket. Brisket became void, yes. Weird. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Okay. So I'm just gonna take this and use this as the starting point for my experiments. Did his eyes disappear? Okay, they're still there. So if I do a vector shape, I'm just gonna do a random shape first. Whoops. And then try to see if there's any kind of opacity settings. I feel like this is extremely unlikely. But we'll poke around. We have scale, rotate, various flips, stretches. We can adjust layering. We can group or ungroup object info. Okay. Transparent. Ah, okay. So we can choose between fully opaque and fully transparent, but not anything in between, it looks like. Okay. So let's try draw a polygon. Let's see, I can actually zoom in here, which is nice. I think. How do I do that? Oh, E and W. I was trying Command plus, which made more sense to me, but I guess that's not how it works. And we get different zoom levels, which is fantastic. Almost feels like I'm cheating. But this was available at the time, so it's fine. Okay. W? Okay. So there's the shape. And now what? I don't know. Oops. So the fill of the chair is mostly that color. So my thought is that if we do a color that's a little bit lighter, like probably that one, then it'll kind of look like the cat is a little bit transparent. Obviously we'll have to do a little bit more work to get that effect, but let's see. Center back. Okay. This is going to be really hard to do and make it look it all how I want. Like if I had HyperCard has these nice like automatic transitions it does. And it's, you know, it's like it'll animate between two frames with gradients and everything. And if I could do that kind of trick in here, you know, it would make it very clear that, you know, it's Brisket is dematerializing basically. But without a nicely animated effect like that, I don't know if this is gonna look right. Like it already looks kind of rough. My thought was that I would, you know, take the outlines and make those gray instead of solid. But I feel like we're just going to be losing so much detail, it's going to look like this weird mess of pixels. But I guess I should just try it. How does this... So if I switch to... Oh. Huh. Like, I don't really understand how SuperCard behaves if I'm switching between vector and bitmap. Like, why does the appearance of this change so much? And like, if I change this, do I lose my vector objects that I just created? Oh, okay. They're still there. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, the outline is a vector also, even though it's like kind of a bitmap. Got it. Okay. Um. I'm just trying to think of how to approach this. Like, I need to get this outline into an editable bitmap state. I think I'm just going to go ahead and delete this for now. And then paste this in to our bitmap layer. So now I can take the paint bucket and get this medium gray. And click a lot of times to fade out this outline. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I clicked twice. It was slow to update. And now I've destroyed everything. That's okay. I think we can... Still on the clipboard, so we can just delete that and paste it again. Okay. Crisis averted. I really wish there was a way I could apply this gray to all of the pixels here. But I don't think there is. Let me get in the options. If I double click, no. So if I manage to get something that looks good here, the next step is to figure out how to get that into World Builder. Since we no longer have a solid outline, I think what I would have to do is draw a white polygon behind this. Why is, I swear I'm clicking in the right place sometimes. And it thinks I'm clicking somewhere else. But if I draw a white polygon behind this, then paste this on top of it, it should come out looking how it's meant to. I think some of this I'm gonna not worry about. I can always manually clean it up later. And this is still just an experiment. Like, I'm probably gonna throw this out even if it looks good. Why? Oh, that's why. Some of these pixels are the vector. Makes sense. You know, the more I do this, I wonder if this effect might work better if I don't worry so much about making it look transparent. Like, maybe we just want Brisket to be still filled in white, but the outlines are gray like this. That might work a little better. Just because I feel like the fill here is making it look a lot messier, and it's gonna, once it's on top of the correct background, it's gonna look like just kind of a mess. Zoom in a little more. music ran out. Oh. No. Oops. This looks so terrible. Okay. That's funny. Okay. I think we can all agree this looks bad. I mean, I can definitely clean it up a little bit and make it look better. But I don't think it's quite good enough. So let's try... see what this looks like. Yeah, like I feel like if we just have this, it's so much easier to see what's going on here. And I think even though it's still like basically fully opaque, it will give the impression of this cat is kind of fading out of existence. Spectral brisket, yes. So now I'm just thinking about whether I want to actually draw another frame of the animation or not. And I kind of feel like the answer is yes. I think maybe I just want to keep drawing cats, but mostly I want this to look as nice as it can. So we're going to need more reference. Cat landing on ground. Perfect. These cats are not landing. Most of these cats are mid-air, extremely mid-air. Like, I almost feel like maybe I should just try going back to my previous search. This is interesting. This page is titled 19th Century Cat Turning and the Self-Righting Reflex. Who are these people? Give me the cat diagrams. There we go. Alright. Fascinating. I vote for a 3-point superhero landing. Ooh. This is interesting. Very scientific. This is the picture we want. Okay. That's kind of useful. It's the completely wrong angle. But, like, this frame here is about what I'm going for. Like, front paws on the ground and, like, body starting to come in. Like, I think this is a little bit too far along in the process. But somewhere between these two frames. I suppose this could also work If I wanted to be a little bit lazy about it, I could maybe take the drawing we have and like, you know, modify these front paws so they're hitting the ground, and then modify the back legs so they're out a little bit more, as opposed to having to do a whole new drawing. It's an option. Let's see. I'm just gonna save that. It'd be nice if I could get the right angle. I do think if I have to, I can, you know, use what I have as a starting point and figure out how to draw it without an exact reference. But it'd be nice. Every time I'm scrolling through Google image search and there's all this weird stuff coming up, I'm like, I hope nothing too upsetting doesn't pop up. That's just the wrong kind of cat entirely. All right, this search is no good. Let's go back to my previous one and see if there was anything there. So this is cat hopping down. Here's another from the side that's a little bit too extreme, too much of a downward angle. That one's not too bad. Save that one just in case. Oh, here's a nice jump. So again, like, I guess the frame we have is kind of in between these two, and I'm looking for closer to this one. Pretty much this one, I think. Oops. Oh, these are fascinating. Cats. Yeah, I think I'll just have to do my best. Not really seen anything here. Honestly, in retrospect, it probably would have been smarter to find a video, and then I could, you know, pick out any frame. But oh well, it's too late for that now. Wait, didn't I have that one already? It's kind of funny. Yeah. I guess, okay. The front paws aren't actually on the ground there. Perfect. It's another good one, but again, just from the side. Okay. Again, you know, this one doesn't have to look perfect anyway because it's going to be all fade it out like this. Just opening up my reference here. I think that first one I saved is the best one. Okay, let's go back into Mac Paint, just because I'm more used to drawing in there. Whoops. Brisket jumping 1. And frame 2. Okay, so we can get rid of all these. Oh, shoot. Because the cat is making contact with the ground at this point, I think we need the whole scene for reference. Just to get the positioning right. Excuse me. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna save. Quit. Some inconsiderate person, me, left the kitchen a mess and now I don't feel like cleaning it. It is unfortunate. Perhaps this problem will simply resolve itself in time. This screen is... This doesn't have the cat, right? Yeah, okay. Trash can looks pretty full in in System 6. It's just got one thing in it. Yeah, it puffs out pretty big when you put one thing in it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Study. And then we also need brisket. I would love a normal scroll bar here that I could just drag to the bottom. I can't do I was trying to think if there's some way I could do like a, you know, end or page down or something, but I don't think Mac keyboards had those. And my current keyboard does not anyway, so. And honestly, I'd be surprised if it worked. Okay. So, again, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this, and then I think what I'm going to do is just take this drawing and figure out the position of it Actually, maybe I should do that right here. So, this is tricky. Like, I feel like I'm just kind of drawing, what's the polygon? G? Yeah. I'm just drawing perspective lines to help me figure this out here. So I was thinking that this would be about touching the ground here, but now that I've drawn this line out, I'm not sure that's correct. Like, I think the paw needs to be much further down. And I think actually the body needs to be at much more of an angle here because it's jumping down in more of an arc. Can I? Yeah, there's no way I can rotate in here. Okay. I don't know if that was ultimately that useful, but at least I feel like I have a good idea where the paw should be. Like, I think around here. And I think we're going to take a screenshot of this. Actually, let's get rid of this extra cat back here. Okay. Let's do one more screenshot. No. Imagine how good this art could be if I had layers. Okay, so trying to figure out how to do all this. What is that? There's just a weird blob of pixels there that I feel like was not actually there. Strange. I guess ultimately the position isn't super important. The position within the scene isn't going to affect the drawing that much. But I am glad I did that because it helped me figure out that I need more of an angle to make it look right. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And I think this is the one that's the most useful. So now I'm going to bring in Brisket, or actually, let's just copy the useful part of this image. Brisket jumping, frame 2. So now we have that for reference, and then we can copy this. And in here, I can rotate this in Click Art Effects. It's gonna look terrible, but I feel like it's still a useful starting point. Better than redrawing completely from scratch. I feel like that's a good angle. And then, like, I think it's contacting the ground, so like the body's gonna start to squish up a little bit, so I think we should shorten it. Not a ton, because like they're like just starting to hit the ground. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm just thinking about the tail now. I'm also inclined to make it curl a little bit more, but I don't know if that's really... Okay. Interesting. I'm looking at this one, like there was a Getty Images frame by frame that... here, let's see. I don't want to make it my browser background. Okay. So this image here. It's interesting that like the tail starts out pointing way up and kind of stays that way mostly, but then it starts to come down and then it comes forward more. So our tail in this frame is coming back more. And based on what's happening here, I'm almost inclined to make it come forward a little more. Oops. Like maybe something like that. We'll see how that looks. I mean, the tail's easy enough to change at any point, so. And then this front paw. Maybe both paws should be coming into contact at about the same time. I guess the angle of this paw on the left is closer to what it would be doing. Because like that joint is going to come back more because it's no longer stretched out. This is tricky. This is where having a correct reference would really help a lot. Like this leg needs to be back more compared to how it's drawn here. I'm just having a hard time visualizing exactly, like, I guess, is that out too much, or is that, I don't know, that looks so weird. That does not look right. Let's clean up some of the rest of this and we'll come back. I can't decide if this paw can just be kind of left alone. Like, it's not too far off from the references I'm looking at. But maybe it should be back more. Yeah, it should probably be at least down more like this. Seems kind of okay. This front paws look so bad, but I don't know. I can't quite visualize what it should look like from this angle. Like they're out too much. They should be in more. I know that. I just, what does that look like? Let's make a copy of this. Paws almost touching. Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to be closer together. It's more the overall, like, shape of the legs that I'm struggling to get correct. But oof. Like there's a bend in the leg that should be here. Like, this is more of a side view that I'm drawing. Got too skinny at the top, but you know, that's kind of the side view of what I'm drawing. But from this angle, it's really tricky to get that because with the legs in more, you know, the bend is like going straight back from our viewpoint almost. It's getting better, at least. Sometimes slowly getting better is all you can ask for. I guess I could live with this if this is as close as I can manage. I'm just going to spend a little more time on it, but... Now this, like, I guess the chest area of the cat is bugging me. And this area here still feels wrong. But again, it looks okay, I think. Hey, Maple Mystery, good to see you. Also, thank you. So I'm trying to draw a couple frames of an animation here. So first the cat is sitting, and then it's starting to jump down. And now in the current frame I'm drawing, it's making contact with the ground. And these legs, I couldn't find a good reference. There's lots of references that are directly from the side, but I couldn't find anything that's the correct angle. Need brisket merch. Definitely. So I'm struggling with, like, I'm trying to, draw a leg that's at an angle like this, but, with the perspective, like, where it's going back is, like straight on from how we're looking, or at least close to it. So I'm having trouble drawing it correctly. I just looked at one of my references. Actually, I think part of the problem here is that the neck should be stretched out more at this point. Like again, I think I still have this up. Yeah. So like what we drew, well, interesting. Like our first frame was kind of in between these two here. So like then the head is more, it's closer to the body. Like it starts out stretched out, but then it comes in more. And now the frame we're drawing is kind of right between these two. Because like we have this bend in the leg, where we're trying to draw this bend in the leg. But then like at the end here, the neck really gets stretched out. So I feel like I need a little bit of that to make it look correct. Like just like now that I come back to this, or now that I come back to this after looking at that, like the way this head is looks very goofy. Okay. Better. But that leg. Let's redraw the leg. Yeah, that already feels better. Okay. Yeah. I think I might be ready to call that good enough. Especially with what we're going to do with this frame of the animation. So let's save. Make another copy. And begin to dematerialize brisket. If for some reason I can't pull off this effect, it just looks absolutely terrible. I guess I could give up on the idea of having brisket dematerialize. I mean, they could simply leave. There's no reason we can't just do that. It seemed appropriate. Like, you know, this isn't a real place. So if brisket is leaving, why wouldn't they simply dematerialize? This isn't something I thought about too deeply, but I do feel like brisket is brisket is some sort of like entity. Like it's not they're not just like a figment of Cameron's imagination or anything. Like I don't know what they are exactly, but they're some sort of being that is present in some manner. So I feel like them dematerializing as they leave feels appropriate. So they're leaving this non-physical space they are currently inhabiting and going somewhere else. Would you call brisket a psychopomp of sorts, being that guides the dead? Yeah, that sounds accurate. I'm not familiar with that term, but certainly being that guides the dead is appropriate. Okay, so there's our faded outline. It's a little sad that we lost, a fair amount of detail in doing that, but I think this will give me an effect that is what I'm after. Salt Ranger said, I never heard the term until reading Gunner Krigg Court. It's a neat word. Yeah, it is. Blame the ancient Greeks for the term. All right, I will do that. Literally means guide of souls. Okay. Okay, so now we need to open this in Super Paint. Yes. Games. Artwork. And Secret Crush says their role is not to judge the deceased, but to simply guide them, from Wikipedia. Brisket might be doing a little bit of judging, but I think they're doing their best to guide. Sure, but he's not like judging with a capital J, correct? Yeah, they're editorializing it worse. Yeah. Okay, these files we don't need anymore. Let's get rid of those. Don't want a bunch of screenshots stinking up the place. Okay, so now comes the tricky part. I need to draw a polygon that is the same outline as what I just drew. Yeah, I don't think... I was trying to think if I've learned any ways to make this easier, but I don't think I have. Sorry there. That's okay. Steady. So I think what we want to do is work inside here. Or do we actually? Actually, maybe it's easier if we... work without any background objects to clash. So paste... Oh, right. We need the positioning. Okay. Don't necessarily have to do this right now, but I think it'll be easier if we do. So... let's get the other frame of the animation in here. It's gonna get a little messy. Oh, so it just occurred to me. That if the player has dropped a bunch of stuff on the ground, that's going to kind of conflict a little bit. Like, I think the stuff on the ground will be in front of this final frame of Brisket. So even though I determined they would probably be touching the ground back here, I'm going to just nudge this up a little bit more, I think. I don't think it'll look bad. It's not like I've been doing perfect perspective all this time or anything. So we'll just put that there. There's still some objects that could overlap that, but also like they're dematerializing, so it's fine, right? And as I've said many, many times, most people aren't going to be dropping a ton of items anyway. Okay. So we'll try it in that spot. We'll see how that looks at least. And now, without any sort of zoom, I have to draw as exactly as I can the outline of this shape. It's probably gonna be okay if it doesn't quite line up, but it will annoy me if it doesn't. Oh, Maple Mystery said, I read on Twitter you have a name for the game. Maybe. I have a name that I'm pretty happy with. Well, it's a little bit two names. So I wanted to come up with a name that's kind of like a bus or transportation term. Like previously, all I could think of is something like end of line or the last stop. But those just seemed both a little too obvious, I guess, and also like not quite appropriate because, you know, this is purgatory, so it's not really the end. But I found a nice PDF of different like transportation related terms. And one of those terms was transfer point. And I think that's a pretty nice name. I had been previously thinking that I liked point of transfer a little bit better. But we did a poll, and me and Unsecret Crush were the only ones that like point of transfer. Everybody else liked transfer point better. And I'm starting to come around on that, maybe. And then Silver Streak also had a very good suggestion, which was... Shoot. Where'd it go? It's right here. Paratransit. Which is also a real transportation term that I keep forgetting the definition of. Let's see if I can look it up real quick. Transportation services that supplement fixed route mass transit by providing individualized rides without fixed routes or timetables. So that's a little bit of an unclear definition, but like it fits as both like a transportation term and is like thematically appropriate, like kind of on demand, as needed transportation services, which is absolutely what's going on in the game. The sound of paratransit, it's like it's an interesting word, but it doesn't feel, the vibes aren't quite right. It's kind of how I'm feeling on it. You like point of transfer. Interesting. Both titles are good in terms of being unique if someone were searching for the game. Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of like community shuttle services. Yeah, that makes sense with the definition, I think. If you name it point of transfer, the scoring system could be transfer points. Okay, so let's get this shape. We're going to get rid of the pen. And white fill. Sent back. Okay. So now, we'll copy that and see what it looks like on the background. Hopefully, not terrible. It's a little bit messy. Like there's some spots where the pixels are kind of clashing in a weird way, but that's going to be really hard to fix. And I think it looks pretty good. You know, you'll only see this for a brief moment, and I think it gives the effect of Brisket is fading away. And, you know, we'll also have text to describe what is happening. So if anyone is confused by the effect, that'll, you know, help explain what's going on. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. Hope all is well with you, too. I'm doing all right. I'm having fun drawing cats, and that's the important part. Okay, so I think at this point, I'm making sounds because I just thought of a thing that's a big problem, and I gotta figure out how to deal with it now. So, let me explain. Again, animation is not really supported in World Builder, but you can do it by swapping out objects in just the right way. One of the big things you have to avoid is that you can't have an animation that happens immediately when you get to a scene. So, for example, the one animation we've done so far is the little sweetie startup screen. So previously, when I first started setting that up, I tried to... Well, actually, I think what happened was I started breaking the little sweetie interface up into different screens. And at that point, I tried to have a screen that was just the startup sequence. So you unlock it, you go to the startup sequence screen, and then you go to the screen that shows the emails. It seemed like a good way to break it up. So I was trying to get this animation to play as soon as you got to the startup sequence scene, and it just would not work. It was always just like it would show the final frame, and that was it. And I tried different ways of like rearranging things to see if I could fix it. Nothing. Eventually I realized that if you're swapping out objects as soon as you arrive at a scene, it just kind of like optimizes away those changes and just draws the final scene for the initial view. Whereas if you do that same sort of swapping out of objects while you're already in the scene after a user interaction, then you will see every change that happens one by one. So that's what you need to get the animation. So this is a problem because I decided to add the close-up when you're interacting with Brisket. And my plan was that you end the conversation, and once you've had the final dialogue, you automatically go back to the study where you can see the whole room, and then Brisket jumps down off the chair. But I can't do that. I have to have some sort of interaction on the study screen before the animation plays. I don't think this is an unsolvable problem. It's just very annoying. I mean, like, worst case scenario, you could go back to the study screen and then, like, maybe literally any interaction you do, Brisket is like, okay, I'm gonna go now, bye. And then we see the animation. So yeah, I'll have to think about it. Hopefully I can come up with something that's slightly better than that, but if I can't, I think that's okay. Okay. So we're going to need a variable here. Let's see. I think we have a variable for conversation progress. So I can probably just use that. C2. Cat conversation. Okay. Oops. So I'm just gonna pick like a high number here. Like we'll just say 5 for now. It might end up being 4, but we'll say 5 for now. So in the study, we need code that says, okay, if you're at this point in the conversation, Hinton says 5 is the biggest number I can think of also. Yeah, same. So this code needs to say, okay, if you do some action and you're at this point in the conversation, meaning the conversation is basically done, then we get this animation and a little bit of text. So for now, I will allow any interaction to work. So the way to do this is it loop number? I think it's loop number. There's this variable that anytime you go to a new room, loop number resets to 0, and then it increments every time the user takes an action. So when you first come into the room, if you want something to happen immediately, you can check if loop number equals 0. So in our case, we want this code to run anytime after that. Only after the user has taken an action. Again, just because that's necessary to see the animation. So if loop number is greater than 0 and C2 number equals 5, then I think just to simplify, we'll increase the variable one last time here. Set that to 6. That just allows us to, make sure this code only happens one time without having to check for some additional value or object. Excuse me. And then I have to remember how animation works. Okay, that's a problem. Let's go back to the little sweetie code to see how I did this there. So that animation happens on the locked screen. Let's speed things up here because this is a lot of code, I believe. Okay. Slow down. Okay. So the way I did this, I forgot there's a weird layering thing happening here. I hope this isn't a problem. I hope this isn't a nightmare to deal with. We'll see how it goes. I know there's a couple different ways to do animation, so maybe the other way will work better. As I recall, it's not as smooth, but this is just like a 3-frame animation, basically. It doesn't need to be smooth. But the way this one works, we move all the objects into the scene, and then we move them out one by one. And then, like, I don't totally understand why we see them move out, but we don't see them move in one by one. That's the part that confuses me. It makes it hard to understand how anything's going to work if I do things slightly differently. I think I'm just going to set this up in a way that seems like it makes sense, and we'll see if it works or not. And if it doesn't, then I'll have to look at some references to see what my options are. So we're going to move brisket is our sitting down. Oh, I just remembered the book is part of the brisket object. We're probably going to need to change that. We'll move that to storage. Move out requires redraw the scene, while move in draws on top. Could be. That seems logical. But it still seems a little weird that it's like it's automatically skipping to the final state when you're moving things in. So, I don't know. Brisket. Jump 1, 2, scene. And then I'm just going to try it like this. I don't know if this is necessarily correct, but based on what I know, it seems like this might work. So basically, we move the initial object out, we move the next frame in, and then move it back out. We move the final frame in, and then move it back out. I'm also wondering if we have a sound effect that might be fun here. Let's see. Just some, like, I'm imagining some sort of, like, little twinkle, like just some, like, subtle chimes. I don't know if any of these sound effects are subtle, but let's see what we have here. Definitely not that. Not quite. How about a loon? This 30-second door creak always struck me as quite subtle. Sure, yeah. Like that's a too dramatic version of what I'm kind of thinking of. Something more subtle than that. Huh. That one's called Plink. Doesn't sound like that much of a plink to me. How about some rats? There we go. Perfect.
Hello.
Hello, Neji Gigi. Good to see you. Ricochet. Smack. Swish. This is Tower Bell. Oof. Twang. Yeah, alright. It was worth a shot. I don't like any of those. Mr. Nothing, hello. Hi, what is World Builder like? Game Maker, but for Apple II? This is for the Macintosh. which is a little bit later than the Apple II. I'm not actually familiar with GameMaker, but I would imagine it's a similar kind of concept. Basically, it's designed for making point-and-click adventure games. You can also have some like very light RPG kind of elements to the game if you want to. For our game, we're kind of ignoring all that. And you also have this kind of, it's a little bit of a weird combination of point and click and text input. So sometimes you can click on things in the scene. Sometimes you need to type a command to progress in the game. Okay, so I think I'm going to add a little cheat code here that says if text... Actually... Sorry, I'm going back and forth. Yeah, let's do the cheat code like I was starting to do. Cheat cat. We're just going to set this variable to the value that we want so we can test this animation without having to do the whole conversation. Exit. Okay. So basically now to test this, we can go to the study, type cheat cat, and then our next action after that should trigger this animation. Let's print something here. This doesn't have to be final. Brisket leaps to the floor and slowly dematerializes. It's not really slow. Again, I'll improve that text later. I just wanted to print something just in case, you know, if for some reason we don't see any animation happening at all, seeing that text will confirm that we've, you know, at least triggered this block of code. Excuse me. Untitled game. Okay, so we can cheat study. And now we can cheat cat. And we'll try clicking. Oh no, Brisket left their tail behind. I kind of forgot that was a separate object. I did that because we have some code that's specific to messing with Brisket's tail. I'm trying to think. It's maybe not necessary because I think I want the same outcome if you mess with Brisket at all. So we could maybe just make that part of Brisket at this point and not worry about having it separate. The animation was okay. It wasn't ideal, I don't think, but I think it was okay. Let's watch it again. It was a little, the tail being there was a little bit distracting, so. Let's just type something this time. Yeah, so basically like it's blinking in and out. Which is basically how I programmed it. So I think I will try programming it differently. So it is a little more like, ideally it should go directly from one frame to the next without that blinking out happening. It's just a question of whether or not we can actually do it that way. But at least we know this works. You know, if we can't get it to work any other way, I guess it's all right. So basically we're going to change this around so we move the next frame in and then move the previous frame out. So then we move frame 2 in and move frame 1 out and then move frame 2 out. Okay, so we start with brisket and then we move in brisket jump 1 and then we move out brisket. So now we're on brisket jump 1. We move in brisket jump 2, and then we move out brisket jump 1. And now we're looking at brisket jump 2, and that's the last frame, so then we move that out. Let's see. I think for now, I'll just move brisket's tail out when we move the rest of brisket. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do here. I might change that around later, but for now, that's a good solution. Okay, so that's called brisket tail. I just wanted to make sure I was referring to it correctly. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Okay. Okay. Darn it. It's a shame I didn't think of any of this before I decided to do all this. I made all the art, so it's like, now I feel like I need to figure out the best solution so I can use all the stuff I made. So basically, the way I have it now, we get a doubling up. Like you can see 2 frames of the animation at the same time. The way I had it before, it's kind of the opposite problem where a frame of the animation is visible and then disappears briefly, and then the next frame appears. I think the only way to get it to look correct, so we just see each frame in sequence without any doubling up or blinking out, would be to have a graphic that covers up the previous frame. Which is doable, but it's a pain. Add frame in between as effective movement. I mean, we could add more frames, but because World Builder is not really designed to do any sort of animation, I'm trying to keep it very, very minimal. Let's watch it this way again. And then I'll consult. I have some documentation that includes different ways to do animation, and maybe that includes something that I'm overlooking. I don't think that's the case, but it's worth a look. New game is what we want. You know, I don't hate that. I think I like it better than the previous effect where it kind of blinks out. Just because you can see what's happening a little better. Like each frame is visible for longer. And I think the doubling up, like, it's not ideal, but it's not terrible. And like, given that something unusual is happening, like cats don't normally dematerialize. So if there's kind of a weird effect to it, like it doesn't bother me as much. Has a bit of a dreamy vibe. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's fine if we can't figure out a better solution. But let's take a look at this documentation here. So with this release of World Builder 1.2, Ray Dunnican, who made a bunch of games in World Builder that were pretty well known, created a bunch of documentation, and that's all included with this version. So I think, yeah, Ray's demo is the one we want. So this is just a little like mini game thing that shows off a bunch of useful techniques. This file here will tell us more about what we're looking at, but let's check it out in the game first. Hi, Ray. I'm not going to read all that, but thank you. Okay, so we have a door here. We're facing east, so east will go. And here's the room with the animation. And as we click on these, I think it'll give us a little bit of an explanation. So there appears to be some kind of large electrode. Oh, we have a button here. There we go. Okay. This is the simplest form of animation. An object is moved to the scene, then the next object is moved to the scene, and the first one is returned to storage. Okay, so that describes what I just did. In this case, there are 3 objects representing the spark. Each time one is moved to the scene, the previous one is removed. The button on the pedestal is animated the same way, except only one object is used. When you click on it, it's briefly removed to storage, then returned to the scene. Here, the process is repeated a few times to increase the running time of the animation. Okay. So yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell because it's all just a bunch of white lines, but I think that doubling up of animation frames is actually happening here. Oops. Both forms of animation are combined here. The wheel is just one object over a background drawing that is removed and replaced repeatedly. The panel consists of 3 objects layered on top of each other in the scene that are removed one by one. Okay, so this one on the right will explain that other technique. This is a smoother method of animation. All the objects are in the scene, layered on top of one another. Part of the background is incorporated into each object to help hide the objects beneath it. When the button is pushed, the objects are moved to storage one at a time, starting with the top layer. When only the bottom layer is left, the animation objects are returned to the scene one by one. This returns the spring eye to its original position on the pedestal. So, you know, this, as it said, is a much smoother animation and you don't get any doubling up. But basically, like, these panels here in part of the wall itself are like part of each frame. Which for this, yeah, in some cases you can see a little bit of a shift here because the frames don't quite line up right. It's just like one frame is off. Taco Adventure, hello! Great to see you. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm Robot Spacer. We're making a game and world builder. Currently, we're just consulting a little tutorial game made by Ray Dunnican to give us some animation tips. Oh, exciting. We met my follower goal. Is it gonna... There we go. Oh, there's no sound. Where's my sound? Oh, the sound was so good. Why isn't my sound playing? It's a great animation, though. And thank you all. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it very much. I spent so much time on this alert, which we'll only ever see this one time. But I hope you all are enjoying this very good GIF. I wish I knew who made this GIF, but it's a good one. And thank you all for helping me reach my goal of 486 followers. Guess we'll try to hear the sound again when you upgrade your CPU. Yeah, I guess so. What were you playing today? Siberia 2. Nice. How are you liking the Siberia games? I've never played any of them myself, but they look pretty enjoyable. So as I was saying, I've been making a game and world builder along with help from chat. And this is the 23rd stream. Originally it was going to be like a 4 or 5 week thing, but we got carried away. So currently we're just checking out some animation techniques here and trying to decide what will work best in our game. So far, so decent. Good. Great. You know what? Let's try. When I did the preview of the alert, I got the sound. Oops. Oh no. Don't do that. Let's try it one more time. Oh, now it's not going to do anything? Oh. I think I screwed this up. Okay. Okay. I tried. It's fine. Silver, have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Are all my alerts broken now? What happened? What the heck? Well, thank you for the follow regardless. Maybe we have a phantom alert that's currently playing. That could be it. Mousesmith said, is it possible to change Z order of objects? I move in front behind other objects at runtime. I wish. So the way Z ordering works, This could be another page in my World Builder tips book, because I had to do a little bit of experimenting to figure this out. Confetti too powerful, maybe. Single-handedly broken your alerts. Yeah, that's okay though. It's fine. So Z ordering. This object list, that's your Z order, basically. Except in World Builder, you have two different types of objects. You have immobile objects, which are basically something that's, part of the background. It's not something you can pick up. And then you have mobile objects, which are things that you can pick up and carry with you, or enemy could potentially pick up and carry with them. And for those objects, like the picking up and dropping interactions are all handled automatically by World Builder. Although you can also write code to do that stuff. So the way Z ordering works is you have your background, your scene background, which would be like, if you open a scene, you have this image here, and that's your scene background. So that's always going to be in back. And then on top of that, you have your immobile objects, which are layered in the order that they're in this list. And then on top of that, you have your mobile objects, which are again layered in the order that they're in this list. So that's a little bit tricky, because if you have in this list, if you have a immobile object that's later in the list than a mobile object, it will still appear behind the mobile object. But within those two groupings of object types, it uses the order in the list. And then the really cool thing about all that is that you cannot change the order of this list. Like, you can't drag or anything. All you can do is cut an object and then paste it to move it to the end. That is the only reordering you can do. Also, when you do that, it will lose its name. You have to type it back in exactly, or it will break your code. Cat frames are immobile. Yes. We could, since they only appear as part of an animation, if we needed to for some reason, we could make them mobile. But I can't think of any reason to do that. I think we basically want each subsequent frame to appear in front of the previous one. So yeah, let's get our music back. Yeah, I got a Bundy. I decided I should just have a Bundaberg every stream until they finally sponsor me. I think that'll work, right? Eventually. Eventually they'll take notice. Okay. Do I actually need to do anything? I think we pretty much decided that the way I have it is fine. The other technique of including part of the background, I think, is not a viable option, just because of the complexity of what's behind here. It would be a pain. I'm still a little bit tempted, though. That's how sports teams do it? Okay, good. Thank you for confirming. I figured that must be. Let's experiment a little real quick here. So this frame. Whoops. This might be doable. Like, if I include the chair and then just a little chunk of floor to cover up that foot in the next frame, then that would work. And like this frame, if I include the chair, that should cover up Brisket sitting down. All right, I'm going to try it. Actually, I'm going to quit and back up the game, and then I'm going to try it. A lot of the reason I was avoiding doing this is on older Macintoshes, it will look especially bad. But I'm going to do a separate version of the game for those computers anyways. That basically removes the animation, because animation doesn't really work at all. Okay, so if this experiment doesn't go well, we'll go back to this copy version, just so I don't have to spend time to undo my changes. Like, I honestly a little bit like the weirdness of the doubling up, but I feel like this will probably work better, and I want to see what it looks like. Like, I feel like generally, like, you know, sometimes when you're experimenting, you'll find something weird that kind of works, but I generally prefer to, you know, get it the way I intended to, just to make sure I'm making the right call. So it's very hard to select only the objects you want. I think we'll delete all this. I think that's easiest. Okay, I think we want that. Oh, what's this? What? Huh. I'm confused by this rectangle here. What is that shape? All right, I'm not going to worry about it. Don't want to save that. Send that all to the back. And then we need a little square. Well, that frame we don't need the square. This frame should cover up seeded brisket entirely, I think. Let's make sure. Actually, just paste this chair into here, and then I'll do that. Oh, he is sticking out a little. Okay. That's okay, though. The book we can deal with, and the head sticking out, I'll just add a little rectangle there to cover that up. The book I was going to change around later anyway. Nope. So in this frame, okay, so that's the same pattern as the chair. So you just need a rectangle that's probably about right. It has that fill. And the patterns are like, they're consistent, so they will always line up correctly. There's nothing to worry about there. And then on the next frame, we want a little rectangle that covers up this paw down here. And that's a different pattern. Okay, so that's this one. All right, we don't want that here though. Oh, that's pretty much covered up anyway, so we probably don't need that. That works out nicely. Okay. So I think that'll do it. Let's see what it looks like. So there was a little bit of glitchiness there. I think that was just the book, which again is the book. Well, does the book disappear? Maybe the book should disappear. I mean, I think they would want to take their reading with them, right? But yeah, it definitely looks cleaner. The frames are a little slower because it's having to draw more. But like, that's not a problem. Let's watch that again. Yeah, the book is the only glitch. Okay, I think I prefer that, but I do want to compare with the previous version with the weird doubling up. Any thoughts? I think I like the cleaner one. Maximus says, after seeing both, I think clean version better. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. So let's... Well, I'll save a copy of this, why not? Oh gosh, it's almost September. Okay. So the book. I think the book should fade out. I think it should stay on the arm, but kind of fade out along with Brisket. So let's see what that looks like. The book should close and disappear. It does look like Cat is abandoning it. Yeah. Closing is interesting. That would be kind of fun. So for now, I'm just pasting it in here. My thought is having it close is a fun idea and helps sell that, you know, Brisket is taking their book with them, even though they're not like picking it up. So I might be tempted to do that. Let's see how this looks real quick. Basically, the book is going to be there until the last frame, and then it's just going to disappear instantly. I'm kind of curious what it looks like. So now, like, if the book is closing, should that happen in 2 frames? Like, we could have it partially closing and then it's closed and then it disappears. Or I could just have it instantly go from open to closed just to save myself some work. Honestly, like, if I was 100% positive it would work better, it would look better to have that in-between frame, I would just draw it. But I'm having a hard time visualizing whether that will work better. Like, if we were doing smooth animation, like, yeah, absolutely, I would have it, you know, swing closed. Try 2 frame first and see. 3 frames would definitely be better. Yeah, I suppose that's a good point. We can just do the closed book and see how it looks that way. And if it seems like, yeah, it would help to have an in-between frame, then I can add that. Okay. So where's that book? We don't really need to be in World Builder right now. 3 frames would also look more like it's part of the brisket animation. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think the book is in the same file. Book small. Is that it? Or is that a different book? Yeah, that's the other book. Book cover, that's the big one. Battery, book small. Is it possible? I drew this and didn't save it. Oh, cat book. There we go. Great. So just trying to figure out how to do this exactly. Get rid of all this. And extend this just a little bit. Like, I feel like if this is the spine, then the edge of the book should be about here. This almost makes the book feel too skinny, but I guess that's okay. It's not too bad. This line is too curved. It's feline light reading. Actually, I guess the book should be a little thicker when it's closed. I don't think I'm going to do quite double the thickness. We can cheat a little bit. Let's see, what did I do? I know some of these lines need to move. Okay. So the top edges need to move up. it looks weird. Like this corner is weird. This corner is weird. Like I'm trying to keep the bottom in the same place, but then draw up from there. But it's just, I think because I didn't plan to draw it closed in the first place, it's coming out weird. Oops, missed those pixels. It's not terrible, I guess. It still looks a little weird, but I mean, this is going to appear so briefly that it's probably not worth fussing over. Excuse me. Let's see how that looks. Hello, Uli. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Oh, we should do a frame that's fading out. I have maybe decided on a name. So I wanted a name that was worked as both like a transportation term and also felt like thematically appropriate. Initially all I could think of was something like End of Line or The Last Stop or something like that. But I didn't really like either of those. And then I found a nice list of like transportation terminology, and I came across transfer point, which is both like in terms of like the bus stop in the game, like that is what is happening. And also it fits with the like purgatory theme of the game as well. So I'm pretty happy with that. Also possibly considering point of transfer just as like a slightly different wording choice. Initially that was my preference, but more people have preferred transfer point, so I'm having a tough time deciding now. But yeah, I think there's a good chance that'll end up being the name, which I'm pretty happy with. But I think we'll wait a little while to set that in stone. Point of transfer would make it sound more epic. Interesting. Okay, so let's take these two and get them into our animation. Oops, don't want click artifacts. Are we keeping track of unofficial votes for point of transfer? Not really. We've had 2 more now, which still makes transfer point the winner by, I think, 3 votes. Poll at the start of the stream was heavily weighted in the other direction. Yeah, I want to say there were 7 votes for... actually, I think I can check that, can I? Oh, we had a different poll, so it's gone now. But yeah, I want to say 7 versus 1. And then I didn't vote. Okay. Salt says, I like Transfer Point better, but I recognize my strong bias against something of something names after Elden Ring. Ooh, interesting. Shoot, somebody else mentioned... I think it was Silver mentioned something that put him off something of something names, which is funny. Just that multiple people have reasons for not liking that type of phrasing. Immortals of something? Okay. Sight of Grace, Crimson Flask of Tears, of. Yeah. I think that's fair. Let's keep that there for placement. Come back. Oh, this is so tricky. Okay, I think that's right. Interesting. Now that I'm seeing this on the arm, the perspective looks off. Like, I think these lines should come out more. I mean, again, my perspective is all over the place, but just... like, I've tried to at least have the perspective so that, like, when you're looking at a thing, it doesn't look obviously weird, and this looks obviously weird to me. So I might tweak that. Copy this. Will I be going much later? Probably not too much. I'm actually going to take a quick break here in a second. And then I'll figure out when I'm going to wrap up exactly. And then I need to draw a white shape to go behind that, like we did with brisket. All right, I'm going to take that quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. Hinton asks, has anyone suggested, as you appear to be stranded in purgatory, that you call the game Death Stranding? I believe you're the first to suggest that one. That is a pretty good name, though. I'm sure that's a unique name that no one else has used, right? Oh, Salt said it could be the first Strand-like game, a new genre even. Now you're talking. It's really hard to believe no one has thought of this before. Okay, that should be alright. Now how do I get my layering correct? There we go. Good. Let's see how this looks. Chat cat. Yeah, I think that's good. And we don't really have room for an in-between frame. I mean, I could have it so that the middle frame has the book partially closed, and then when it's fully closed, it's dematerializing. But I think I like it the way it is. Oops, not World Builder. I want to go in and tweak. Yeah. The book. Since the perspective looked a little weird there. Am I right in thinking the game takes place over 2 weeks? We could use the British name for that, Fortnite. Another very good idea. Unfortunately, you are incorrect. The game does not take place over 2 weeks. If it did, that would be great. Okay, so just a few pixels over. There. Waypoint. It's not too late to make the game take place over 2 weeks. That's true. That's true. Is Waypoint a reference I'm not getting? Or that's how long you plan to spend working on it. Yeah, that's about right. This is tricky. If only I drew it. If only I drew this book better in the first place. Yeah. Actually, let's see. Shoot. Okay, yeah. I think I'm just going to accept that it's not quite right. Because otherwise it's going to look weird in different ways. Also, I think I want this spine to be gray. I think. Oh, it's too late to undo. Whoops. Okay, it's gray now. That's fine. It looks great. What kind of dog is in the game? Whose name I forget. I don't know what kind of dog it is. I don't know that that was ever established. But the dog's name is FIFO. Oh my gosh. What happened to my alerts? My alerts are so busted. But Verdantry, welcome. I'm so sorry you were not greeted properly by my alerts. But thank you so much for stopping by. It's great to see you. FIFO should probably be a greyhound. I don't know that FIFO looks like a greyhound. Who needs alerts? Yeah, exactly. Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. Interesting. I would love to hear more about that if you would like to share. But I hope you had a good time. And also, welcome, y'all. I'm Robot Spacer. We're making a game in World Builder, which was a little system for making point-and-click adventure games released in 1986, many, many years ago. Efton, good to see you. Did you remember to add a Beaver Pelt Man reference? I have not thought about it. I definitely didn't forget. I'm definitely not writing it in my notes right now. I feel like, if nothing else, we should add a little text reference somewhere. Stray Gods game is pretty cool. Nice. It's an indie game. Think indie BioWare dialogue tree that breaks into song. I don't know that I can quite imagine that, but it sounds wonderful. Okay. Some big names. Laura Bailey, Troy Baker, Carrie Payton. Carrie Payton is not a familiar name. But of course we all know Laura Bailey and Troy Baker, who are in every video game. Big in video game VA anyway. Yeah, for sure. Things are going pretty well. Been doing a cat animation mostly, which I'll show y'all in a minute here. I'm just making some changes to this book. And then I think we'll be done with our cat animation. What else? We also talked about the title, which I think is going to be Transfer Point. Both a transportation related term and thematically appropriate for the purgatory situation in the game. You'd know Carrie's voice. You watched Critical Role Campaign 2. He was Shikast. I have not. I've watched very little Critical Role, but I'm sure you're right that I would recognize the voice. Like, I don't know that character offhand, but I'm familiar with most of those people to some degree. Okay. I would love to nudge things with the arrow keys. Okay. It's still a little off, but, like, it's fine. I think the only reason I'm bothered by it is just, you know, looking at it in a still here. Like, I think in the animation, it's not going to be very noticeable because it's so brief. That. Huh, interesting. Oh, I think I understand what happened. It's just interesting that like the shading kind of disappeared here. But I'm not too worried about it. Culinary, hello. Bit late, but how's the world building? It's going pretty good. You're just in time to see this finished animation. Just finishing up the last frame of it, and then we can see what it looks like. I spent most of tonight animating Brisket hopping off the chair here. Take another shot at that polygon. It was a little bit off. It's so hard to see what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's close enough, I think. Did we decide on a name? So I think the name we're probably going to go with is Transfer Point, which is a transportation term for, point where a passenger would transfer between two bus lines or something like that, which is, basically a thing that is happening in the game. And then it's also thematically appropriate for the purgatory situation. And I think it's just got kind of a nice sound to it, so I dig it. But I am also, for now at least, open to other ideas. If somebody suggests one that I really like, or if I just happen to think of something else that sounds even better. But I mean, 23 weeks in, and finally found something I'm happy with, so I feel like there's good odds we'll end up going with that one. Could you put the spelling in chat? Yeah, transfer point. Or point of transfer. If you have a preference between those two, I would love to hear. We did a little poll at the beginning of stream. And I won't tell you which one got the most votes until you give your answer. Oh God, no. Apologies if it sounded like that, which it apparently did. Yeah, definitely not. Sorry I suggested too many good names right now and you got overwhelmed. That's okay. I appreciate that. Listed by your Let's Play of Murder Club, I restarted Hotel Dusk on DS. Nice. Yeah, I honestly am probably going to want to play that again myself. I would actually love to stream it, but I know that'd be a pain. Like, I think you have to have a modded DS to do that. I know some people use emulators for that, but like, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't feel right to me to play it. Like a DS game is like a part of the experience is like that device. Cheat Cats, go. Here's our final animation. It's very quick, so watch carefully. Great. Okay, let's improve our text here. And then we'll watch that one last time. Like Transfer Point, it's symbolic and captures the short jaunt nature of the game well. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Inspired by... Yeah, I knew there was a typo there. I just couldn't figure out what it was. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, so let's tweak this a little. We haven't figured out exactly how this interaction will work, but basically, at this point, Brisket is leaving. You've finished your conversation. And Brisket says, I'll be going then. They leap to the floor. And evaporate? I'm trying to think of the word I want to use. Evaporate maybe sounds a little weird. I guess I'll keep dematerialize for now. I guess I would like to suggest that they're, you know, kind of fading out of this space, but in a slightly more interesting way. God, I wish we had spell check in here. I used to be very good at catching spelling errors, but autocorrect has completely destroyed that. Hey, Bolt, good to see you. Transmigrates. Interesting. Clip the animation. There's some small glitch on the last frame of the book. Oh, okay. Let me check that clip here. I should be able to just bring it up on my own. Sorry, I'm just watching this. Huh, I can't see the glitch. On the last frame of the book. Can you describe the glitch you're seeing? Like, I see some pixels that aren't ideal, but I don't see anything that quite looks like a glitch to me. Oh. Huh. Oh, okay. I understand what's happening. Okay. Thank you for catching that. It'll be tricky, but I will try to clean that up. I think what's happening is the white shape is not quite overlapping the previous frame. So you're seeing a little bit of that previous frame through it. I'm doing pretty good, Bolt. I hope you are too. I was lurking a little bit in your stream earlier. Let's see. So you were playing the Twin Peaks demo, which looked fantastic. I have not had a chance to check that out myself. And then you're playing Fort Solis. What did you think of that? It looked pretty interesting. I caught a fair bit of the Twin Peaks and then just the tiniest bit of the beginning of Fort Solis. Not enough to really get an impression of it. Along with their book. Okay. Good enough for now. Yeah, I've been planning on checking that out since even before it was released. I just have not had a chance yet. It looks great though. Like, I feel like they really nailed what they were going for, and it feels so perfect for a Twin Peaks game. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so this is tricky. Oh, let's send this to back. Yeah. And then basically I need to adjust this white shape so it covers up these pixels here. And that should solve the problem. But it's hard to do. Oh, and then I got it in one try. Oops. Back to front. Let's draw a rectangle. That's not what I meant. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I brought it out too far. Okay. I think that might be good. It's still, the white shape is coming out a little bit too far, but I think it will probably be okay. Let's see how it looks. Hinton says, food time for me. Sorry I won't be around to suggest any more excellent game names tonight. Enjoy your food, Hinton, and thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, Bolt says there was an awesome fade from FMV to PS1 graphics. Nice. Cheat study, cheat cat, and go. There was still a little, like I saw a couple pixels flicker around the book, but I think that's probably about as good as we're gonna get. I'll be going then, Brisket says. They leap to the floor and dematerialize along with their book. Thank you, Bolt. I'm glad you like it. Did you ever see the close-up? I'll show the close-up here if you missed it. So you can talk to Brisket, of course. Whoops, talk cat. And then you get a nice close-up here while you're talking. No, we're not lost. Thank you. Okay, so let's play that animation one more time. So, cheat cats. Thank you, thank you. Been AWOL on day streams because I have the new job and gotta learn. Understandable. I hope your new job has been going well. Okay, watch this again. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Okay, I think that's going to be it for tonight. We did pretty good. So, next week, I've been wanting to get in more games that aren't spooky games. So, I might start doing that next week. I've been kind of thinking, as much as I hate to like slow down the development process of this, like I would really love to get in some different games periodically. So I might do like kind of an alternating schedule. We'll see how it goes. But I'm kind of thinking I might start Trev to the Rescue, which French Toast Please suggested Trev to the Rescue because, like Swamp Witch, it is a game made by a parent for their children, which is great. I know very little about the game, but currently I'm thinking I might start that next week. So far, I have not managed to get it running, but I can't imagine I'll struggle with that too much. So that's kind of the tentative plan, and we'll see how things go. Next Tuesday, I will be continuing Murder Club, which has been very, very cool. I'm enjoying that game a lot, and I'm excited to see where it goes. Things are starting to come together, and like the last stream, we just had lots of interesting, like, figuring things out and learning new stuff. And like, I did not want to stop streaming because it was too darn interesting. So I think the next one will be especially good. Honestly, I have no idea how much longer that will go, but I feel like the game is suggesting we've only done like a third of the total investigating, so there's probably lots of good stuff yet to come. But there's my schedule. And thank you all for hanging out. It's been a good time. We drew lots of good cats. And it was very fun. Let's see who we can raid here. I think I know who will raid. Okay. We are going to go say hello to Mzizzy. Stream title says, absent-minded Israeli professor climbs a bunch of steps, the MS-DOS game. I don't know if that's actually what she's playing right now, but I'm sure it'll be a great time. Thanks again for hanging out. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourselves, and see you around. Bye.